Hey, what is up, mortals? Writer and voice actor LFM here with a new video for you. This one's been a long time coming, and glad we can finally pay homage to one of WTC's first ever series. Welcome to part 1 of What If Izuku Got One for All Early Remastered. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying sit back and relax. You're in for a treat. And so, we begin. The city was bustling and the streets were crowded. The news went AWOL about the massive villain that was stopped in his tracks by Mount Lady. There was a boy with green hair who was within the crowd of onlookers, and, well, you know the rest. Hi, my name is Izuku Midoriya. Growing up, I always had an aspiration for heroes and quirks alike. Sadly, however, I was born without one, but that never stopped me from chasing my dreams to become one someday. I trained harder growing up, working out every day on top of catching up with my studies. Despite the constant put-downs by others on my lofty and foolish goal, I fought through the criticism and pushed on. On the day of the massive villain attack, I ran into a sledge villain and All Might saved me. By far the best day of my life, despite being almost killed. Though, because of my curiosity, the same sledge villain escaped and ended up getting my childhood bully, Bakugo, as a hostage for the same villain who escaped. And, now we're here. This is the story of how I became the world's greatest hero. I am here. All Might? Why are you here? You were surrounded by reporters until just now. Getting away from them was a piece of cake. Why? Because I am All Might. All Might bursted into a cloud of smoke, freaking out Midoriya like he did before. He wiped the blood from his lip and carried on. Young man, I come with thanks, a correction, and a suggestion. If you hadn't been there, if you hadn't told me about your life, I would have turned into a guy in a bodysuit who was all talk. That can't be. It was my fault in the first place. I got in the way of your work, and I said all those things, even though I'm quirkless. That's right. It was because it was none other than this timid, quirkless boy at the scene that I was able to act. Top heroes have stories about them from their school days. Most of their stories have one thing in common. Their bodies moved before they had a chance to think. You share these qualities, young Midoriya. You, too, can become a hero. Thank you. Oh my... Enough with the waterworks, kid. I need you to pay attention. I want you to inherit my quirk, one for all. This quirk stockpiles power. It's been passed down through the generations. Each time, the power grows with each successor. To inherit this gift, however, you must first prepare your body to hold all this power. Whoa. I've never heard anything like this before. I mean, it seems impossible for something like this to be a thing. I mean, think about it. To pass down a quirk from generation to generation just sounds implausible. I mean, it's just... Hey, kid. You're spitting out word vomit again. Anyway, I should put you through some physical training if you're serious about being the next symbol of peace. Izuku began to lift his shirt, revealing his chiseled figure and seeing if this was enough to hold one for all. Upon looking, All Might spat out more blood out of pure shock. Young man, I had no idea you were already this fit. Yes, that should be more than enough to hold one for all. All Might then pulled out a small bit of hair from his scalp and presented it to Izuku. Eat this. What? Why should I do that? All Might got nervous as he scratched the back of his head with his other hand. Well, to gain my quirk, you must ingest some of my DNA. That's just how it works. Izuku ate the piece of hair grudgingly. However, now Izuku has a full 6 months to get a hold of his quirk. A few days passed, and it was time for Izuku's quirk training with All Might. Turns out, All Might did some online research and found a beach that was in desperate need of cleaning. This wasn't to focus on Izuku's physical strength, but to focus on helping him get acquainted with One for All. He used One for All in the specific limbs he needed for lifting, that being arms and legs. Because of All Might's direction, Izuku doesn't go full out with One for All the first time he uses it. For now, he is just testing the waters. So, this is the power of All Might. Izuku gradually increased his power output until he reached his limit. which at this point would be about 3%. On accident, Izuku pushed the limits too hard and ended up spraining his arm. Ah! My arm! All Might ran over to check on his pupil, making sure that he was okay. That's right, young man. This is the trouble you will face when dealing with One for All earlier on. All Might decided to end the training for the day, giving Izuku some time to recover, since injuries during exercise can cause an opposite effect of their goal. Meanwhile, All Might went back to UA. Sitting in the meeting room with Principal Nezu and Recovery Girl, All Might went to explain the situation with his new successor. He stated that he would like to borrow Recovery Girl through certain times of the day to help train young Midoriya. Principal Nezu agreed that he can have Recovery Girl in the afternoons 5 days a week. The days went on with Izuku's quirk training, this time with Recovery Girl present. This allowed All Might to be more reckless with Izuku. Recovery Girl's job was to fix any wounds Izuku may sustain through his training. As the days went on, All Might spoke to the city council. He was able to make it so that Izuku could use his quirk in the cleanup of the beach. So, for the next 6 months, Izuku would be training his quirk by removing the built-up trash and junk from the beach. He would take his time with this, slowly pushing his limits. After about 2 months of doing this every day, he would reach 8%, though he's still only using it in part of his body, not throughout his entire body at once. While this is happening, All Might notice that his time limit is slowly decreasing, but keeping it to himself. Izuku came to school each day with bruises and scratches from his hard work the night before. His teachers would be slightly concerned that Bakugo was hurting him. One day, a teacher would talk to him privately. Midoriya, has Bakugo been picking on you? Has he attacked you outside of class? Bakugo? Oh, no, nothing like that. I've been doing a lot of volunteer work, helping clean up the beach, trying to get into shape for the entrance exams. Well, okay. If anything does come up, feel free to talk to me or another teacher, alright? Izuku would agree and would head out for the day. The teacher would go and talk to Bakugo, asking him to keep a distance from Izuku and make sure that he would lay off him. Damn it, Deku. Lying to the teacher like that? I'll get you back for sure. Over the next few weeks, Bakugo would bully and terrorize Izuku more and more, before and after school. This would increase the tension between the two of them. Izuku knows that he has a quirk and could fight back at any time, and Bakugo thinks he is showing Izuku how much better he is than him. However, this would have the opposite effect than what Bakugo wants. It would cause Izuku to train even harder. Izuku wants to reach the same level as Bakugo so that one day he can surpass him. Speaking of surpassing your goals, let me take a few minutes to talk to you about a website called Skillshare. Have you ever wanted to learn how to do something out of the ordinary or interesting? Well, you can by taking classes online at Skillshare.com, which are taught by instructors and have their own class rosters. Heck, I learned how to juggle and make a PB&J sandwich the right way by using Skillshare. So, what are you waiting around for? There are dozens of online courses that you can take, ranging from physics all the way to finger painting. Be sure to check out for a referral link in the description after watching this video for a free 1-month trial courtesy of Skillshare. It's thanks to them that we can provide content to you guys as often as we do. So we thank Skillshare for sponsoring this video. Now, back to the video. By this point, it's been about 3 months. Izuku can now use 12%, and All Might thinks it's time for combat training. For combat training, we need to hold back as much as we can. Try just using 1%. In this training, Smile-Mouthed All Might noticed that Izuku isn't as agile as he should be. He sees that Izuku isn't using One for All throughout his whole body. Instead, he is using it in just focused areas. After one of their sparring matches, All Might points this out to Izuku. Izuku is confused at first, as this is how he has used One for All the whole time. All Might explains the quirk to him. Let the power flow through you. Izuku is shocked by this, realizing that if he allows One for All to flow through his whole body, he will be able to use the quirk more effectively, overall lowering his power output, but it will get rid of the major drawbacks of breaking his bones. Izuku spends the next few days practicing using the power evenly throughout his whole body. He noticed that it's weaker than when he uses it in one limb, but now Izuku is more agile. Because Izuku has access to 18%, he can still throw short and long range punches and kicks. It takes him a while to be able to have full Cal on without thinking about it. 4 months. He finished cleaning up the beach in 4 months. All Might got out of his car that morning wearing warmer clothes due to the seasonal change. It took a few moments of walking before All Might could see the entirety of the beach over the parking lot railing, though once he did, his expression went from indifferent to wide-mouthed. On instinct, this caused All Might to bulk up while Izuku was on top of the pile, still covered in One For All's lightning as he screamed a battle cry. Holy, stinking, super crap! Young Midoriya, you even got the area outside of what I told you to do. Izuku fell off the pile, All Might zipping way beneath him to catch Izuku, only Izuku's limp body blasted out a surge of black unknown substance catching his fall, Izuku opening his eyes to see All Might beneath him. All Might, when did you get here? It took a few moments for Izuku to realize that he wasn't being carried by All Might, but instead, he was carried by the mysterious black substance. All Might's face lit up in shock as he saw this. He reached out and grabbed Izuku's arm and pulled him down to the floor, the substance restraining itself back inside of his body. What was that, All Might? Is this a part of One For All? I don't know. But it seems you've reached a milestone. Not only did you clean up the beach, but One For All has gifted you with one of the vestiges. Izuku patted himself down, catching his breath after an already long morning. What do we do now, All Might? All Might pulled a big smile on his muscular form. All Might told Izuku that they will have weekly sparring matches until the exam. Izuku shook his head no in retaliation. No, All Might. I need more training than that. I still need to push harder than everybody else, being the quirkless boy I was, and now I'm shooting for the stars to be the next All Might. There is no way weekly combat training is enough for me, especially when I have a whole 2 more months to be a more capable hero. All Might once again widened his smile. Hearing this made him feel proud of the young pupil. Not only him, but himself as well. Proud of the fact that he chose the right person for this torch. All Might then went into the American Dream plan. This will be because Izuku needs to also focus on his studies from this point onward. His ability to use the quirk is there, he just needs to work on his marks to get into UA. A wavering fist raised, supported by sheer muscle. Winds coursed around the fist as it accelerated through the air until the arm was fully extended, causing the wind to blast out towards the helpless boy who could do nothing but absorb the vortex as he flew backwards. You got to hold on your stance, young man. Villains are far more capable of launching heroes off their toes these days. Endure it. The resistance exercise carried on from dusk till dawn. Each time Izuku was sent back, and with each take the emerald-haired adolescent was sent back a much lesser distance than before. On the last first throw of the day, this time, the strange black substance showed itself again on impact, connecting the sides of Izuku's torso to deep within the sand beneath him, anchoring Izuku where he stood as the vortex disfigured his hair and flapped the cheeks on his face. All Might and Izuku consecutively smiled at each other, and it earned him an extended exercise, switching the practice from self-anchoring to get a grasp of this new quirk. Alas, it never showed up again that day. He spends the rest of the time until the exam doing combat training and studying. He also practiced turning full cowl on and leaving it on for as long as he can. The first few times, he could last up to 3 hours at a time before his body locked up. Though, unlike All Might, Izuku only needs 10 minutes to cool down again, which is where Izuku would turn it back on for another 3 hours as he sparred with All Might. Izuku would even do this outside the beach, leaving the quirk on in school or even while he's just at home, doing small exercises as well. This helped Izuku's body to adjust to the higher percentages of One For All, while increasing the time he can use. This kept up until Izuku could finally leave One For All on permanently, while at 20%. The time for the exam was upon them. All Might tells Izuku that he was proud of him for all the work he has put in and for how far he has come. He also lets Izuku know to give the exams his best, though Izuku still felt a sense of disaccomplishment. The mysterious other quirk never showed up again after the anchor training. The theory-based exam. Izuku did pretty well on this. Since he hadn't overworked his body, he was able to study without feeling so drained. He spent the end of the year just focused on studying since he finished cleaning the beach early. In the practical exam, Izuku wasn't all too nervous. He knew he had the power, and he'd done all the work beforehand for this. He had to give it his best. Bakugo was still placed next to him for the explanation of the point system. Bakugo was livid, seeing the useless, quirkless loser at UA like this. Well, it was only a matter of time before he'd get kicked out anyway, so Blonde wasn't too worried. When it was time to begin, Izuku dashed off, outrunning Ida, and scored a massive amount of points right off the bat. Izuku would use the buildings to bounce around to get through the city even faster, obliterating robots as he zipped by. The rest of the class was struggling to find robots to destroy since Izuku is destroying them before they even get the chance. Towards the end of the exam, the 0-point robot was released as it rose out of a building, the rubble trapping Ochako under, and everyone started running from the gigantic robot. Izuku had flashbacks to when he saw Bakugo being captured by the sludge villain. His body leaped at the robot, hitting it with 25% of his power, destroying it with multiple punches to the face. Still, this time, he lands on his feet. As everyone is in shock, he goes down to one knee as he pushed himself up to 25%, and that caused his body to hurt quite a lot. Time was up, and he slowly pulled Ochako from the rubble before he walked out feeling very proud of himself. He was certain that he passed the exam. A few days later, he gets the disc from UA, telling him that he had passed, and in fact, he was the top of his class. He'd scored the most points in the bots category and the hero category. In fact, there was a massive gap between Izuku and Bakugo compared to the rest of the students. He'd also scored quite high on the written portion as well. Now that the classes have been established, the students spent their first day learning what life in UA is like. Some general studies throughout the morning with President Mike and a few other teachers instructing their courses. Then, when the afternoon happens after lunch, the hero course with Aizawa starts. During lunch, though, Ochako approaches Izuku for the first time since the provisional exam. "Oh hey, it's that guy with the crazy hair and super cool quirk. Man, you just went and pushed that giant robot. That was amazing." Ochako was punching the air playfully as she ranting about Izuku's feat with that 0-point robot. Almost immediately, Izuku gets nervous. His cheeks grew red as he scratched his hair, poking his fingers together as well. Thanks. My name's Izuku Midoriya. It's very nice to meet you." Soon after this, Ida robotically makes his way over to both of them, bowing and offering to shake Izuku's hand at the same time. "Midoriya, was it? I apologize for my earlier misunderstanding. Clearly, you are a better student than I. You saw something in that test that even I didn't you? Not only is your quirk impressive, but you also managed to save the girl from the 0-point robot." This kind of came off as a pretty awkward situation to Izuku. He put up both hands, all nervous like, "Hey, it's okay. I'm sorry if I came off that way, but I really had no idea about the rescue points. I just saw her in trouble, and I helped. Kind of a reflex of mine, you know?" After lunch ended and Izuku finally made some friends, All Might came rushing in through the door wearing his Silver Age costume. "Look at me, coming in through the door like a hero!" The class in a single collective moment got pumped up just seeing All Might in the flesh for the first time. All Might stepped up to the podium in front of the class. "Now, class, today's where the real challenge starts for you all." The wall begins to slide out with slots with briefcases and numbers on them. "Because today, we will be doing combat training." The whole class jumped up in joy. They all grabbed their respective suitcases and their superhero costumes and made their way to the training area called Ground Beta. All the students emerged from the tunnel leading in, showing off the superhero costumes. All Might's big old smile, followed by a tear of joy. You all look so damn cool. Yes, a hero's approach and the public's opinion of you mostly lies within the costume you wear. All Might went and explained how this battle trial will work, going over how each team will be based on random picks between balls and letters on them. Every team is the same as canon, only now Shoto Todoroki is on the team with Ida Tenya, and Momo is teamed with Shoji. The first teams chosen were Izuku's team as the heroes and Shoto's team as the villains. Shoto's team headed in. First, they went towards the room where the villain weapon was kept and got a feel for the lay of the land. However, for Shoto, this game doesn't require him to learn the layout of the building. When the mock test started, the heroes began to walk in, being cautious yet swift as they made their way towards the room. This was until the temperature began to fall drastically. Ice covered every aspect of the building, freezing Izuku and Ochako's feet to the ground. Izuku was a bit stunned, seeing how someone has a powerful enough quirk to freeze the entire building. This, however, wasn't about to slump Izuku into failing. With his full cowling always on now, he just did a simple punch to the floor, shattering the ice, freezing them. Now all we have to do is wait. They shouldn't be able to recover from my ice. Just then, the hero team leaps their way into the room with the weapon, catching the villain team off guard. Using his speed, Izuku brought out some capture tape, snagging it around Shoto's torso. Izuku then flipped over him and slammed him to the floor by throwing Shoto over himself with the capture tape. Just before Shoto hit the ground, however, he froze the capture tape, causing it to shatter on impact, as well as freeze Izuku's hands. This made Izuku back off a bit, as he's now dealing with a lot of pain from the frostbite. Midoriya, was it? I don't recommend fighting anymore. Your hands will only get worse if you keep going. Shoto's foot emitted a pillar of ice that was aimed directly towards Ochako. Izuku tackled her out of the way and then got back up to kick all the ice right back where it came from. Izuku ran towards the weapon, but Ida moved it to the other side of the room, followed by Shoto's ice to keep Izuku off guard. Izuku once again kicked the ice, the air pressure causing it to all fly back at Shoto and Ochako. Now, Ochako! Ochako was holding onto a pillar, and Izuku punched at the pillar she was holding, the air pressure causing the pillar to snap off from the rest of the building as the ice sped up even quicker. Ochako used the pillar as a baseball bat and hit all the flying ice, launching them all back towards Shoto. Since none of them have gravity, now there was no friction between the air and the ice, increasing their speed of flight to scary amounts. The ice would evaporate into mist, blinding the villains and heroes while Izuku was focused on the weapon before being blinded by the icy mist, running straight towards it and snagging it, thinking he would catch up, but, once again kept it away from Izuku. Izuku thought to himself that he isn't pushing hard enough. He's underestimated them, and he can't be doing that. So, he cranked up One for All a bit past his limits. He would then launch forward. The shockwave caused the mist to blow away, and everyone could see again, and Todoroki immediately launched another big barrage of ice straight at Izuku, and it caught him. He started to get covered in ice. Izuku then flicked his finger at 100% while it was still frozen. All the ice on his hand snapped off, causing his skin to go with it. Izuku screamed as the shockwave caused Ida to let go of the weapon. The ice blasted off of Izuku, and a big chunk of the wall got blasted away. Time's up! Izuku's eyes widened. We lost? Izuku got on all fours in disappointment and frustration. But I tried so hard. Even had a plan. Why? Heroes win! Izuku's face immediately lit up in confusion and hope, wondering why the heroes won. He looked over to the weapon to see Ochako holding it. Ochako? When did you... Ochako had a big smile and said, While the villains were so distracted by you, I snuck our way to victory. Todoroki and Ida were shocked and disappointed that they got so narrow-minded when it came to Izuku. They both totally forgot about Ochako in the midst of all the commotion. She thought so far ahead to see that we were distracted. Clever girl. The skin of Izuku's hands were all torn and missing from the frostbite. The blood that leaked would freeze over before it could really leave Izuku's hand. His finger was also purple from it breaking from that 100% flick. That hurts. Izuku fell to the floor, going unconscious. Now with all of the adrenaline gone, and all the pain he accumulated hit him all at once. The rest of the class watched from the spectator room in awe, not sure on how to react. Even All Might was on his toes the whole time.
This class is intense, Ribbit.
After Deku was sent to the nurse's office and the building got cleaned up a bit more, the rest of the class went through their battles just as they did in canon. Besides the new team change up for Momo and Shoji, they won their battle. No, we're going to be shifting over to Bakugo. Turns out some very important stuff with him went down while Class 1A was doing their mock battles. After Bakugo was sent to the principal's office to have his expulsion finalized, he lashed out, trying to blast Nezu.
You can't just expel me like that! I'm better than all those other weaklings at this school!
Principal Nezu sighed, looking down in disappointment. Well, you do have good test results. You don't seem to have the heart of a character of a hero. I recommend you look into a different profession. Bakugo would respond by trying to blast the principal. In the same instant, All Might was standing between them. Young Bakugo, you may want to leave right now. If you refuse to leave peacefully, there will be consequences. Bakugo leaves by blasting the door open and walking out as explosions are emitting from his hands. Young Bakugo, you need to learn to control that temper of yours. Bakugo blasts his way out of the gate and begins to head towards Izuku's house.
If that weakling thinks he can be a hero, then I'll show him just how wrong he is.
Bakugo is letting off explosions from his hands out of pure rage as he stomps his way towards Izuku's house.
I'll destroy him, and everything he has.
Bakugo is destroying the streets, but his tunnel vision keeps him from noticing all the damage. Entire sidewalks are being shattered and fences are being blasted outwards. When he is about halfway there, All Might lands before him.
So then, Bakugo,
are you going to let your anger control you?
Just because you're kicked out of UA, do you see it as fair to destroy what people have worked so hard to make?
All Might points towards the destruction of the street.
I see you're heading towards young Midoriya's place. For what reason, might I ask? What is it to you? Get out of my way, All Might.
All Might places his hand on Bakugo's arm, but he responds by blasting All Might in the side of his torso with a full power explosion.
Don't touch me!
All Might grabbed at his side. As Bakugo did hit his weak spot, a small amount of steam starts to emanate from All Might's body.
Young Bakugo, if you keep this up, you will never become a hero. Shut the hell up! Stop acting like you know everything, All Might.
Now this is what makes you and Midoriya different. It's the actions you take that lead you down the path to your future. Now, I need to take you in. The steam around All Might is starting to increase. All Might gut punches Bakugo, knocking him out to take him to the police station. He barely manages to get away from the police station without changing back. When he does change back, he falls over, coughing up blood. His injury is swelling and he gets a bit dizzy. All Might wakes up in a hospital room. His doctor comes over with some bad news. There has been some internal bleeding from the blast and overuse of the quirk. All Might shouldn't use his quirk for more than an hour or two at a time. Bakugo wakes up in juvie a short while later. He's being asked a few questions and then his mother is called to pick him up. When she arrives, she starts to yell at him.
You idiot! First off, you get expelled from UA, and now this?
Just get in the car now. I don't want to hear what you've got to say for yourself. Bakugo, in frustration, gets in the car. She signs the paperwork, and then they head home. Son, how do you plan on getting into a hero course now? You've got a criminal record. It will be hard enough to get into a decent school, let alone a hero course. This is your mess. You need to deal with it. Bakugo spends the next few days trying to apply for schools, but he is instantly declined when they see his identification. The school systems across Japan were made aware of him.
The news outlets were going wild over the story of a blonde kid causing public damage and how he was stopped by All Might. No school wants someone with a criminal record because that just makes them look bad. With no school willing to take Bakugo in, he was left with two options. 1, quit school, or 2, go to a cheap public school. Bakugo blamed All Might, Eraserhead, and Izuku most of all for him being expelled and refused to take any of the blame for it. He just doesn't see how his actions led him down this path. This caused his personality to darken even further. He would lash out at his family about small things whenever something doesn't go right for him. Bakugo decides if no school will take him, he will do homeschooling. One day, a few weeks after he started, he went downstairs and saw that there was some kind of green goo forming in midair before him. Out of curiosity, he began to touch it only for the goo to stick to him before swallowing him whole without anyone else noticing. He emerged from the goop and found himself in a dark room with someone sitting in a chair across from him. The man was wearing a suit, but his face was covered by a mask. Bakugo, was it? I'd like to offer you a chance to get back at the people who ruined your life. Bakugo had small explosions going off in his hands while taking a defensive stance. If this is some idiotic ploy, I swear you won't live a long, happy life. The man chuckled at Bakugo's pointless threat. Well, if you join us, I promise that you will have a chance to destroy the things you hate most, including All Might's successor. This confuses Bakugo a bit, unsure of what he means. What are you talking about? You better start spilling your knowledge before I get pissed. Quit your cryptic bullshit. You'll do yourself more service by respecting your elders, young man. The power that All Might possesses is an accident of my own design. A powerful quirk that gets passed down from user to user. All Might must have thought that your acquaintance, Izuku Midoriya, would be a good pick as the next successor, seeing him as the next symbol of peace. Bakugo snaps once again, learning of this new information, taking a long, deep exhale as his explosions get more rapid, glaring at All for One with a crooked smile. Fine. I agree to join your stupid gang. However, only if I get to be the one who kills Deku. Bakugo was a successful student and a gifted individual glowing with pure talent that everyone would aspire to be, only to be someone that derailed from his clear path as a hero, all because of just one bad day. All for One used the same quirk he used on Bakugo to teleport a Nomu to them. I see. You've got the spirit. But does your prowess back up your ego, I wonder? Fight this Nomu, and keep fighting until you win. I'll give you a gift, as well as a notice to my disciple of your arrival into the league. He begins to go through some combat training with the Nomu. This Nomu, however, has the quirks of shock absorption, heat resistance, and generation. It's designed to be able to withstand anything that Bakugo throws at it. Bakugo spends his time studying, and then at night he would spar with the Nomu while training his quirk. He eventually comes up with the idea to use controlled explosions to create a rotating blast coming from his hand. After some trial and error, he can now redirect the blast in energy that is applied, causing the explosions to be dozens of times the original destructive force. He had to let it build up for nearly a minute, but eventually he was able to tear a hole in the Nomu. His arms are nearly always strained at this point. He overworks his quirk almost every day. Eventually, Bakugo overcomes this hurdle with the Nomu, blasting it in half entirely with the right amount of force and calculation. The man with the suit returned, congratulating Bakugo of his feat. He then warped them both to introduce Bakugo to the others, and Bakugo immediately thinks less of them. Bakugo is told that he and his disciple will be tested to see which one of them will be leading the assault team. Students of Class 1A were sitting in class. Today,
You students will be going through rescue training. The locations where this will happen will be in a different facility. Aizawa pressed a button on the handheld clicker and panels began sliding out of the wall with briefcases inside. So, put your hero costumes on and meet outside by the buses in 10 minutes. But just remember, you still aren't used to those costumes, so wear them at your own risk. The class got into their hero uniforms and started to all make their way down to this rescue facility. When they got there, they were approached by the rescue hero, 13. Welcome, Class 1A. Today we will be going over some rescue training. In order to do that, we created a facility for just the thing. Welcome to the USJ. 13 opened the door to present the inside of the facility. Class 1A immediately got excited as they entered. The facility was filled with different hazard zones for all rescue situations. After 13 explained the basic gist of what they will be doing today in each hazard zone, a dark mist appears in the middle of the facility, and villains start to emerge from it. Aizawa and All Might start to make a defensive stance. Get back! This isn't part of training. Those villains are real. The students get close together behind their pro heroes before them. They were all dealing with this overwhelming sensation of fear since they're now seeing villains firsthand. 13 told Ida to run to the escape, and as in canon, he did while 13 stopped Kurogiri from stopping Ida. Aizawa jumped in and began taking on the villains in groups using his capture weapon for ranged combat. All Might was planning to reserve himself for most part due to his very limited time limit. However, to be a hero, you must have self-sacrifice. All Might leapt right in, breaking the sound barrier. The Nomu that was next to Shigaraki leapt towards All Might as well. During this time, now that the students were alone with 13, Kurogiri covered them all in his black mist, teleporting them all to random hazard zones, all of them landing where they were in canon. Izuku fell into the massive body of water where he was confronted by a shark villain, and he punched the water. This caused the water from his fist to shift around to a tremendous amount. The shark villain drifted backwards as Asui wrapped her tongue around Izuku's torso, leaping them both onto the yacht above. Izuku took a few coughs to recover his lungs with air. They then both, just like in canon, went to explain the situation and their quirks, ultimately coming up with a plan. Asui wrapped her tongue around Izuku once again and leaped, taking Izuku with her. Izuku then drew back his fist, punching at the water beneath him, causing them both to get launched. Izuku then began to keep them in the air by utilizing the pushback of the air with multiple timed smaller punches, until they passed the water zone as whirlpools were summoned from the air pressure beneath them. When they landed, they both realized that Aizawa wasn't looking too hot as he was overusing his quirk between the many members of the villains as he was fighting. Eventually it got to the point where Aizawa was being overrun by all the villains and he was getting beaten to death. All Might was now in full-on battle with the Nomu. However, just like Aizawa, it wasn't looking good. All Might was putting his all into fighting the Nomu, eventually suplexing the Nomu into the ground. However, Kurogiri used his teleport to teleport the Nomu's upper body to arise from under All Might's torso, digging its fingers into his weak spot. This forced All Might to partially transform back to normal. Izuku had a worried look on his face as All Might was showing his true colors. The other students were watching in disbelief. Luckily, Todoroki already made short work of the group of villains he had to deal with and was there to freeze the Nomu, loosening its grip on All Might for him to easily break free and back off to recollect himself. Izuku rushed towards All Might, keeping an eye on the villains. He was worried because there was clearly a lot of blood bleeding through All Might's shirt. "Will you be okay, All Might? What can I do to help? There isn't that much time left for you, is there?" All Might simply responded with a thumbs up as he buffed back up again. "Not to worry, young Midoriya. I'll be fine. You should get back to the entrance with Aizawa. I'll deal with the villains here." All Might once again rushed back into the fight with the Nomu, amping up his power immensely as each individual punch started to sound like shockwaves now. Shigaraki was nervously scratching at his neck, looking at the scene with Nomu. Actually looked like it was taking quite a bit of damage now. Izuku, Todoroki, and 13 escorted Aizawa as well as the rest of the students back towards the entrance, though, out of worry for All Might, he looked back at the scene. only to see Bakugo walking out of the portal and stood behind the boss. Izuku's eyes widened to see that Bakugo is potentially with the villains now. The smaller team of thugs began rushing at the young heroes. Izuku set his portion of Aizawa down, giving him to Todoroki as he ran back towards the scene. He cranked up his speed and began just rushing through all the villains while the air pressure from his fists were knocking them back out in groups with each punch. Bakugo leapt up in the air as he saw Izuku rushing towards him, and he dive bombed straight towards him. Once he got close enough, he launched a full-powered explosion right at Izuku, only for him to leap in the air straight at the explosion, using a 50% kick to derail the trajectory of the blast off to the side as they both then clashed. As this went on, Shigaraki scratched his neck more. He began explaining the Nomu's quirk to All Might to hopefully get him to feel discouraged in this fight, but All Might refused to back down. He then released his limiters, pushing One For All past 100%, and punched the Nomu in the torso, causing it to fly out of the stratosphere. All Might was letting off so much steam from his body, causing him to deflate as he was covered in a cloud of mist. Once the mist cleared, All Might was crouched onto the floor, holding his weak spot bleeding through while coughing profusely with blood spewing out. He looked over at Izuku, only to see him struggling with his fight. Bakugo was throwing barrage after barrage of explosions right at Izuku. His skin along his arms began melting away as he was trying to block the blasts. Aizawa managed to open his eyes, looking at Bakugo, shutting off his quirk. This gave Izuku an opening, using One For All through his damaged arms and punching Bakugo back as he hit the wall. Izuku then collapsed, giving Shigaraki an opening to decay the kid. Immediately, as All Might noticed of Shigaraki's movements, he buffed up fully again, using the last bit of One For All to zip past Shigaraki and cover Izuku. He didn't have any more in him to keep fighting. He only had enough power for running at this point. Shigaraki made contact with All Might's skin, and then All Might picked up Izuku as he was slowly decaying, eventually making it back to the entrance after a few quick movements, falling to the floor with Izuku. It took a few moments, but Izuku opened his eyes to the sight of a smiling, decaying Small Might. He went and wrapped his arms around Izuku with tears flowing around his eyes. Izuku also began to cry as he saw the condition All Might was in.
Young Midoriya, today, you became my hero. I'm so grateful that you turned out to be my successor. Show the world what it means to be the symbol of peace. Just as All Might crumbled into dust in Izuku's arms as he was weeping with what was left of All Might. The villains once again began to regain consciousness, but it was too late. Ida had already returned with the rest of the pro heroes as backup. They began making their rounds, capturing as many villains as possible. This occurred while a wounded Shigaraki managed to escape even after taking a few bullets from the hero Snipe. The pro heroes began to escort the class back into the buses, but Izuku refused to leave what was left of All Might behind. He pushed the heroes off of him as they were getting more forceful until Midnight used her quirk to put him to sleep. Bakugo's eyes widened as he witnessed All Might's death. As the pro heroes were making their rounds with the villains, Bakugo immediately ran to the portal, but he stopped just before going through to take one final look at the remains of the former world's greatest hero, All Might. Thank you all. The news of All Might's death took the world by storm. A few days have passed since his death, and everyone is dealing with it in their own ways. Izuku is pushing himself, putting the blame on his own lack of strength. All Might died saving him after all. At the funeral, a short old man comes up to Izuku. You're Midoriya, aren't you? Yes. I'm sorry for your loss. Toshinori turned out to be a fine hero to the very end. Hey, if you need anything, just give me a call, Mr. Successor. He hands Izuku his business card. During this time, the rate of villain attacks rose. There are more villains around, causing trouble since the incident. The media outlets weren't settling down either, and the police stations were overwhelmed with cases. All crime has
grown throughout Japan at an estimated percentage increase of 4%. Now, back to Bakugo right after the USJ attack. When Bakugo teleported back to the lair, he immediately holds his hands out to Shigaraki with tiny explosions erupting from his palm.
You had no right.
No right. You only wanted after the stupid kid with the green hair.
Everything that just happened is starting to make sense in Bakugo's head. He begins to realize what has just happened.
No. No.
A single tear goes down Bakugo's face. He thinks to himself,
I just wanted to hurt them. I didn't want this.
Bakugo reached out, ready to blast the leader of the league in the face. He then finds himself falling and then in a dark room. It's the room where the guy in the suit stays. Bakugo realizes that he never once saw the man leave the room for the first time in months. The pure anger and rage are starting to subside. Bakugo finds himself unable to move. There is someone else standing in the shadows. He steps out. His eyes are glowing white, and he seems to not be blinking for the first time since Bakugo has come here. The man with the nice suit stands up and steps out of the shadows. He walks over to Bakugo, placing his massive hand on Bakugo's face.
I'll grant you this for your hard work. However, if you betray me, I will take it back.
The man's face looks distorted and damaged. Bakugo can't move his hand. If he could, he would attack this man. Bakugo feels something within him change, not emotionally, but physically. The man releases his hand and walks back to his chair and sits down.
Now, I have given you a gift, a quirk that will suit you nicely. I reward those people who work for me and punish those that refuse to work for me.
Bakugo is then teleported back to his room. The man in the suit leans forward, thinking,
Now, let's see if Bakugo makes the right decision.
Bakugo, now understanding what he has done, realizes what he must do to make up for it. He writes a letter to his mother. When he walks downstairs, he sees 2 policemen. He realizes that he must have been reported by someone at UA. He knows now isn't the time. He writes another letter for Izuku and leaves the letter for his mother on his desk and then sneaks out his window with a small bag of belongings. He runs away, but stops by Izuku's house. He uses a small explosion to open the window and he places the letter on Izuku's desk. He then goes down to the subway, putting on a hat and a hoodie over top. He manages to get a ticket to Hosu City. Meanwhile, over with Izuku, he is in class. The teacher's trying to lighten the mood by picking hero names. In this version of events, he still chooses Deku. As the events with Ochako did still happen, picks this name for 2 reasons. One, because of that meaning that Ochako gave to it. And the second, because he wants Bakugo to know that it was Deku that beat him. During some combat training, Izuku learns to push himself up to 25% from 20%. Doing this for long durations is something that he physically can't handle. He can access that level of power for a single power punch. This 25% punch is about equal to the Detroit Smash that All Might used against the Sludge villain, if not stronger. Izuku has drifted a bit away from his friends Ochako and Ida since the USJ. He lost 2 things when that happened. He lost Bakugo and All Might. Izuku goes down and lays on his bed. He is mentally exhausted from all the recent events. He sits up after about an hour to do some schoolwork. He goes over to his desk and sees the note. He opens it, and what lies inside is this.
Deku, I messed up. I made a mistake.
The note has an address for Izuku. It's the location of the villain hideout.
Tell whoever you want about this, just get justice for All Might. I didn't mean... Just do what you want with it. By now I'm long gone. I'll be making a difference in my own way now. Also, I know your secret, but it's safe with me.
Izuku tears the last line off about his secret and takes it to the police station. He uses his quirk to get there, knowing that it's against the rules, but he knows this is important. As he goes to jump, he uses 25% of one for all. This increases the distance by quite a margin. As he lands, he overestimates the next jump and lands slamming into the wall, breaking part of it. The police run out with their guns out, but Izuku says, "Wait! This is important. I've got something." The police take him in for questioning. Eraserhead rushes down when he gets the news. The police inform Eraserhead, and they begin to gather the other heroes. They send out a message to all of the top heroes they can. It's time to get justice for All Might. A few days go by, and the heroes are already set. The other students don't have a clue this is going on, but Izuku tells everyone not to go near the location. Something big is about to happen. At lunch, Izuku sneaks out and gears up. He walks out onto the roof, ready to leave. He hears someone say his name. He turns around to see a man in a well-kept suit. He has a red polka-dotted tie and glasses. His hair is dark greenish color, but he has a few blonde streaks throughout. He also has blonde eyebrows. The man says to Izuku, "I know about One for All." A look of shock plastered on Izuku's face. "Ow!" He explains to Izuku that at one point he was All Might's sidekick. "This wasn't supposed to be All Might's time to go. All Might left me and a few others a set of instructions for if he ever died. I was asked to keep an eye on you, and to stop you from making any hasty decisions that would result in your death." He sighs, holding out his hand. It's nice to finally meet you." When Izuku shakes his hand, Sir Night-Eye has a glimpse into Izuku's future. When he lets go, a single tear goes down his face. "I'm sorry, All Might, but there won't be anything I can do." Sir Night-Eye tells Izuku that if he is going, he had better go now. Izuku nods and powers up, leaping into the air. He begins leaping towards the area when he receives a message. There seems to be an all-out fight between the heroes and the villains. He begins to rush. This place is over 2 hours away. When Bakugo sees the notification on the screen that the heroes are going after the villains, he begins to head there as well.
"Those idiots. That man will take their power."
The area is currently using full cowl, leaping as fast and as far as he can, trying to make it to where the raid is taking place. Meanwhile, Bakugo is rushing to get to the raid area. Over where the raid is taking place, all the villains were captured. Soon after, a large amount of Nomus showed up, causing the villains to be freed as the heroes had to now fight the Nomus. The heroes are having a hard time with them. The only one that is really able to do much to them is Endeavor. Endeavor is working with a few of the heroes that are combat capable. The heroes are able to grab the Nomus so Endeavor can destroy their heads. The issue is that there are just so many Nomus. They're starting to overrun the heroes. The heroes are being pushed back away from the hideout. Two heroes who aren't allowing themselves to be pushed back are Endeavor and Mount Lady. She is able to swat most of the Nomus away, and Endeavor is spearing them and burning their heads off. It's then that a man in a nice suit steps out. He is wearing some sort of metal mask. The man raises his hand and pulls back. His arm transforms as he throws a shockwave punch, leveling everything in that direction. Deku finally arrives at the scene. He sees so much destruction. Over towards where the building is, Deku looks to see that there is a young girl under the rubble. Deku goes to his full power and leaps at the girl to try and move her out of the way. As he was moving closer to her, the building collapsed. He saw the building falling in slow motion. He knew that he wasn't going to make it in time. There is nothing he can do. He even tries planting a foot and powering up even more. 35%. He is about 20 meters away as he sees the roof just about to crush her. Then something happens. When the dust clears, Bakugo is standing there holding the girl. Bakugo has a different look on his face, the kind of face that Deku has never seen before. He looked pleased. From the shattered building, a beaten up Endeavor slowly climbs out. His flames are barely still lit. He's exhausted as he stands up and says to the two,
Get the girl out of here and evacuate the city. I've tried everything on this guy. Nothing is working.
Endeavor creates a massive fireball and then launches it at All For One. All For One just pushes out his hand, creating a shockwave, sending it right back. Bakugo puts out one hand, creating a massive explosion that is then focused to create a shockwave. As Deku creates a massive punch, the forces on each side of the fireball are then matched and the fireball is flattened and extinguished. Endeavor looks at the two, a bit taken aback.
Aren't you two just students?
The two respond in sync.
Yeah, but that doesn't make us any less willing to help.
Endeavor tells the two,
Well then, I grant you both permission to use your quirks in this conflict.
Bakugo smirks.
Finally, I can let loose.
Dead Arms makes it over to Bakugo and takes the girl out of his arms.
I'll get the girl to safety. You three do what you can to beat this guy.
Endeavor creates fire spears and launches them at All For One, while Bakugo and Deku are creating massive shockwaves and launching them at him. All For One planted his feet into the ground, only being pushed back slightly from the massive amount of shockwave attacks that Deku and Bakugo are doing. They're both feeling the strain. They both know that if either one of them stops attacking, it's all over. Deku feels his arms tearing, and Bakugo feels the pushback from each shockwave, nearly shattering his arms. Bakugo is doing his best to redirect the force back towards All For One, because if he messes up and gets knocked over, that's it. They're all dead, while All For One is being pushed back.
Enough.
And then activates his quirk Impact Recoil. Deku and Bakugo are instantly sent flying into the air. All For One then begins to walk in the air.
Enough is enough. Izuku Midoriya, it's time for you and that quirk of yours to die. One for All has seen its last day.
As Izuku slams through an abandoned building, he hears the man say One for All. He wonders how this man knows about One for All. Who is this guy? He is so powerful. Just then, Deku sees Bakugo rocket over to him, grabbing Deku with one arm, placing the other arm up and blasting the roof to the building open, before rocketing them both upwards. Just as they leave the blast range, the build suddenly explodes. All For One had thrown a shockwave punch from the looks of things. Deku is shocked by Bakugo's speed and mastery of his quirk. They land back over where Endeavor is. Endeavor says where he is. They assume he is talking about All For One. All For One grabs Deku's arm and slams him into the ground, breaking his arm. Izuku thinks to himself,
I didn't even see him move. What crazy speed.
All For One drops down to the ground, grabbing Deku by the face.
You're lucky. I cannot forcibly remove your quirk. However, killing you, now that's quite possible.
Bakugo rockets behind All For One, blasting him in the back with everything he's got until he can't lift his arms due to the strain. Due to the full power blast, All For One dropped Deku. All For One, as a reaction, kicked Deku, sending him flying through a building. Deku climbs out of the building with cuts and bruises all over him. He sees Bakugo about to be smashed by a full power strike from All For One. Deku closes his eyes. In his mind, he sees All Might, his mother, his friends, everyone. It's like they're all giving him power. Deku then sees the prior users of One for All. The Volcal's lightning is then being released all over his body. It's covering the area around him. 30, 40, no, 50. It keeps rising. 60, 70, 80. Deku's body is starting to feel the strain. 90, 100%. Deku moves as a shockwave covers the area around him. The leg's bone that he used to step shatters into dust. Deku gets between All For One and Bakugo. He yells, "United States of Smash!" His fists collided with All For One's. The shockwave that was created as a result destroys a large amount of the area. As both Deku and All For One are sent flying back, Deku passes out for a moment and is caught by Bakugo.
I can't believe I have to say this, but the only way we stand any chance of winning this is if we attack him at the same time.
I've got enough left in me for one last full power blast. I'm going to need a moment to prepare for it. Endeavor returns, landing next to the two. The area is cleared, the city is on its way to being evacuated, and he should be here any moment now. Bakugo begins preparing his rotation bomb. He uses both of his quirk to rotate the explosions faster than ever before, then rotating it in multiple directions to increase its rotation's damage. Deku says to Endeavor, "We need a few seconds to get ready. We need you to buy us some time." Endeavor nods. Izuku stands up on his good leg, while his other leg just dangles there. His left leg and right arm have been completely shattered. Endeavor flies at All For One, throwing flame spheres and small fire blasts at him. All For One grabs Endeavor and says, "Enough." He then absorbs Endeavor's quirk. Endeavor's flames fade and he is thrown aside as All For One lights up, covered in flames. Deku sees this happen. As he does, he powers up to max. One for All surges through his leg and his arm. After he jumps, he plans to transfer all the power from his leg into his arm. Bakugo says, "Ready, let's kill this guy. For All Might." Deku nods. Bakugo placed one hand behind him, rocketing himself towards All For One. A split second later, Deku leaps at All For One. As they do this, All For One pulls back a smash. His arm grows massively as he throws his punch. It collides with Deku's arm and Bakugo's rotating bomb. The shockwaves are destroying the area around them. Then, for one unknown reason, All For One's strength seemed to fade. Deku and Bakugo are able to overpower him, sending him flying across back into a building. Bakugo and Deku both fall to the ground, unable to move either of their bodies due to the strain. Eraserhead rushes over to the two of them. "I'm sorry I'm late."
While Bakugo and Deku are on the ground, Eraserhead was calling for medical assistance. For the two boys in Endeavor who appear to not be moving, over where All For One is, his body has been ripped apart once the quirk was deactivated. He had no way to redirect the impact of the force. He's laying on the ground, his bottom half is missing. Tomura, who was about to leave through a portal, spot his master. He rushes over towards him. All For One is slowly regenerating part of his body, but the damage is so far beyond anything he has ever received that it will take hours at least, and by then the heroes will have captured him. He realizes this and grabs onto Tomura's arm.
Tomura, it's time for you to receive a gift. This may be the last gift I ever give to you, but it's been yours for a long time coming.
Master, don't say that. You're going to be alright. We can get you.
It's too late for that. I'll be fine.
All For One transfers a quirk to Tomura.
Master that, and you will make me proud.
All For One teleports Tomura away from the area before passing out. Some lesser-known heroes arrive. Ida's brother is one of the ones that makes it to the scene first. He takes Bakugo into custody, while Eraserhead and a few others deal with All For One. Deku is rushed into surgery. Several medical heroes are flown from all over Japan to come and work on him. He is in surgery for several days. They even have the best genius try to help reattach some ligaments. They were able to restore parts of his arm, but his arms and legs will never be the same as they once were. It's highly likely that at most he will recover use on his right arm. A month goes by. Izuku is finishing some physical therapy on his right arm. When he woke up, he was surrounded by his classmates. Ochako and Ida had arrived as soon as they could, and they haven't left the hospital since. They'd been there for 5 days while Izuku was getting worked on, and while he was in a coma-like state. The rest of his classmates visit in an hour or two each day. It was at one of these times that Izuku woke up. He was a bit dizzy after he woke up. He couldn't move his legs and one of his arms. The other was a bit numb and hurt to move. He asked to talk to Bakugo, but he seemed to have been arrested by the heroes at the scene. Izuku was told that a court case for Bakugo would be coming up in 3 months. After a month of physical therapy, Izuku was confined to a wheelchair. It was at this point he was visited by Sir Night-Eye and his student. "Izuku, this is twice now. Things haven't gone the way I was expecting." I use my quirk to see the future, your future. You were meant to die on the operating table. Izuku goes pale and looks at his hand. You saw my death, but you didn't try and stop me? Izuku has been a lot more depressed since the injury. He has had several doctors tell him that he won't ever be able to walk again, and even Recovery Girl tells him there is nothing she can do for him. Eraserhead stops by once a day. He tells Izuku that if it wasn't for Izuku, the city would have been completely destroyed. He asks Eraserhead every time he visits, "Did the principal say I'm not fit to be a hero?" Eraserhead shakes his head. "No. You'll always be welcome at UA." He thinks to himself, "This kid, more than any other, deserves to be there." Eraserhead leaves. With this new exchange student and a new teacher taking over All Might's old position, I'm not sure if things will be ready for the UA Sports Festival. Over in Izuku's room, he is determined to be ready for the sports festival. He knows he only has one arm, but in his mind, that's all he needs. He knows he can make All Might proud if he just tries that little bit harder. When Izuku is dismissed from the hospital, he returns home. His mother has been worried so much about him recently. She doesn't want him to go back to UA, but even though he is stuck in a wheelchair, he is still determined to be a hero. Deku adjusts his wheelchair to face the window and gazes upon the horizon, as if to look towards a brighter future. The sports festival will be held in 3 weeks. UA is trying to use it to capitalize on the importance of heroes. Everyone is training hard for it, but in combat training, the new student Mirio appears to be a bit more talented than the rest. Izuku is still able to move around fairly well, as the support course class has outfit him with a specialized suit. He can use it to walk, but not to run. His left arm just stays strapped most of the time. The specialized suit is extremely limiting. It's a bit bulky, but it allows at least some movement. Izuku has been training to be able to move in this suit. The suit is able to handle up to 20% of one for all without breaking apart. Once Izuku was back at school, Sir Nada would speak to him after hours. He would talk to him about All Might and the type of person he was, and talk to Deku about being a hero. Is this really what was best for him after all he has been through? Deku was still 100% set on becoming a hero. Nothing would change his mind. It was finally time for the tournament to begin. Deku arrived and thankfully had filled out the forms so that he could use the mobility suit. He is extremely nervous but determined and knows that he is the most physically challenged, but he has more experience than the others here. Everyone lines up to begin the first event. The countdown begins. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, begin! The instant the first event begins, with Shoto making a massive path of ice that freezes most of the students. The remaining students make it out of the tunnel and continue on, only to be stopped by massive robots from the entrance exam. Deku finally breaks free of the ice and makes his way out. He jumps towards the center robot and, using a chop motion with his last good hand, he cuts the robot in two, which sends the robot to the ground and makes it explode, which causes damage to 2 more robots in the process. Deku then lands behind where the robot was and continues on to the next area, with only a few other students in front of him. In the second area, he looks out and sees the cables that he would have to travel across. He switches the mobility suit from balance mode to jumping mode, and he jumps, landing on the other side. Jumping mode allows for better redirection of the force that he can apply to allow him to jump further, but it reduces his speed and balance. He lands on the other side, only seeing one other student in front of him. It was Shoto. Deku is focusing on making it towards the end of the event. Todoroki sees him and decides to ice the whole area so that he can get to the end of the event as quickly as possible. Shoto then starts to slide on the ice as he is creating it and covering the landmines in the process. Deku, realizing that the area was full of landmines, decides that there is only one way to win this. He changes to the third mode, Turbo. He begins to run as fast as he can towards the end. He is running over landmines, but as they explode, they just miss him as he is able to outrun the explosions. As they got towards the end of the event, Deku overtakes Todoroki and crosses the finish line, coming in second place. He hears that he only got second place and looks to the time. He finished in just over 10 minutes, but the person in first finished in barely under 1 minute. He looks over to see Mirio. Deku thinks to himself,
This guy was able to finish this event 10 times faster than I could. On top of that, I didn't even see him pass me.
After everyone else finishes, the second event is announced. Ochako and Ida join Deku as they don't want him pushing himself too much. The other teams were similar to the original timeline. The second event begins. Straight away, Ochako, who is on top, lightens the two below her. Deku activates balance mode and begins to shoot out small shockwaves at some of the groups, while Ida ran at the group to try and take them out. They were able to take out a few Class B teams by overpowering them. There seemed to be a massive wall of ice over towards the middle. Mirio's group was up against Todoroki. Mirio had Momo and Dark Shadow on his team. Because of this, they were able to defend until the time was up against Todoroki. Deku, seeing how Mirio's team is all about defense, he didn't want to go after him either, since it will end with them running out of time to get any more points. After a few minutes pass, the cavalry battle is now over.
Where Eraserhead and Present Mike comment on the tournament. They have turned off the mic, and Eraserhead is explaining to Present Mike why a third year is taking part in the first year sports festival. Due to Midoriya's recent injuries, we have had to take action to increase the credibility of UA as a school. The way we have elected this is having a third year take place in the first year sports festival. That way, people can see the difference in skill, power, and control. In other words, it's our way of saying that UA is the best place for aspiring heroes, not just a regular school. While they are talking, the placement for the tournament is being announced. President Mike shouts out to the audience to announce the first round. Alright, to get things kicking, we'll be going with Ida versus Midoriya. Midoriya wishes Ida good luck and says that he is going to win. Ida answers him that even if Midoriya is injured, he will not go easy on him. The fight starts. Midoriya goes straight into booster mode, leaping into the air, putting distance between him and Ida. From up there, Midoriya starts shooting air bullets, shooting air pressure by flicking his fingers. Ida keeps running around, dodging, but has no way to attack Midoriya, so he waits for Midoriya to get closer to the ground so he can activate his Recipro Burst. As Midoriya comes down, Ida gets into position and shouts, Recipro Burst! Running at Midoriya at an incredible speed. This is the first time he has used his attack, so it catches Midoriya off guard. Ida slams into Midoriya's chest, sending both of them flying out of bounds and into the stands. Midoriya tries to figure out a way to overcome this. He cannot lose. He will not let these injuries get the best of him. He activates One For All and slams his foot into the air. Surprisingly, he actually changed their trajectory, sending them back in the opposite direction. He then makes a second quick step to get free of Ida, throwing Ida down and propelling himself back up. Midoriya flies over the arena. His body is exhausted. He knows that he has overshot the arena, and he feels like he is about to pass out. Knowing he's about to lose, he falls to the ground. He hits the ground, having completely overshot the arena. Damn it, I'm out of bounds, Midoriya thinks to himself. After a moment or two, he slowly gets up and looks around. He is sure that he just lost, but he hears people cheering his name. Winner, Izuku Midoriya! Midoriya realizes that Ida hit the ground before him. He was out of bounds first. Deku starts to tear up and then lifts his head, wiping away a few tears that had formed. Alright, crazy kiddos, time to get on to the next match, and that is Monoma versus Todoroki. At the beginning of the fight, Monoma runs at Todoroki trying to hit him. Todoroki keeps dodging his first few attacks. Monoma eventually hits him, and he then proceeds to freeze Monoma's arm. Monoma steps away, and the ice starts melting and then evaporates. Todoroki looks at Monoma surprised. How did you do that? How did you use my father's power? President Mike then announces Monoma's quirk as a limited copy quirk. Monoma spends most of the remaining time tormenting Shoto on how he chooses to use his quirk. He torments him because Todoroki is not using his fire side. Because Shoto is only using one half and Monoma is using both halves of it, Shoto is being quickly overpowered as Monoma melts Todoroki's ice and burns and freezes Todoroki until he is beaten.
Wow, well that was just a crazy match. Now, time for Shinso versus Tetsu.
The fight starts and Shinso asks Tetsu.
So, you are basically just a clone of the 1A rock guy, right? Except using steel instead.
Tetsu gets very offended at the comment and lashes out at Shinso saying,
"How dare you compare me to that?"
And he freezes, being brainwashed. Shinso then tells Tetsu to walk out of bounds and he wins.
Well, that was quick. On to the next one. Kirishima versus Ibara Shiozaki.
The fight starts and Ibara starts sending vines at Kirishima to try and immobilize him, but Kirishima just uses his hardening skin to cut through the vines, slowly making his way out of Ibara. When he reaches her, he hits her with full force, knocking her out.
Another quick one. Alright, Tokuyami versus Mei Hatsume.
The fight is mostly used as public stunt. After showcasing all her inventions, Hatsume steps out of bounds willingly, and Tayomi wins.
Okay, that was awkward. These battles are, Well, anyway, Mina Ashido versus Itsuka Kendo.
This fight is quickly won by Ashido because although Kendo is a better fighter, Kendo doesn't have any ranged attacks, and Ashido does. Ashido wins by skating around and shooting acid at Kendo.
Wow, what a brilliant performance by Mina Ashido. Well, time for Mirio versus Ochako.
This fight lasted about 30 seconds. It starts and Ochako runs at Mirio, knowing that if she can make him float, she will probably win. Uraka runs at Mirio and tries to touch him, but her hand just goes right through him, and Mirio's clothes fall through him. Mirio then hits Uraka in the gut and throws her out of bounds.
Expected nothing less from our third-year representative. Now, on to the next one. Momo versus Denki Kaminari.
This fight doesn't last very long as Momo, knowing what Kaminari will do, acts accordingly, preparing her creating ahead of time.
The match starts and does a full-scale assault, shouting, "Indiscriminate shock, 1.3 million volts!"
And Momo just creates an insulated sheet that uses to protect herself from the electricity. Kaminari then, from overusing his powers, becomes dumb, and Momo takes the opportunity to create a staff to hit Kaminari, knocking him out.
And that concludes the first half of the tournament. Thank you all for coming, and we'll see you back here in an hour. This is the time you should all go out there and grab your snacks, drinks, and take your bathroom breaks.
After halftime ended, they all jumped right back into round 2.
Hope you all enjoyed your break. Now, time to get back into round 2 with Izuku Midoriya versus Monoma.
Midoriya stays in booster mode for most of the fight as it allows him to move around a lot better. Midoriya moves in quickly to try and kick Monoma out of bounds. Midoriya successfully lands the kick, but Monoma manages to copy Deku's quirk by touching his hair. Monoma is sent through the arena, almost landing out of bounds. Monoma gets up and tries to activate One for All, saying, "I got your quirk now, Midoriya," and tries to hit Midoriya. Izuku easily dodges and realizes, wait, no wind pressure was created? And he didn't hurt himself. Midoriya then jumps back at Monoma, hitting him and throwing him out of bounds. People start cheering, but for Midoriya, and Monoma thinks to himself, "Well, Midoriya, looks like your quirk was a dud after all."
Alright, time for the next round. Shinso versus Kirishima.
The fight starts and Shinso proceeds to insult Kirishima, calling him stupid and an idiot. Kirishima ignores Shinso's taunting, running at him until he says you will never be a hero. Kirishima screams, "Shut up!" getting brainwashed by Shinso. Shinso then tells Kirishima to walk out of bounds and passes to the next round.
Another quick one. Tokuyami versus Ashido. You're up.
In this fight, Ashido keeps trying to shoot acid at Tokuyami, but he keeps using Dark Shadow to protect himself and getting closer and closer to getting out of bounds until Dark Shadow eventually throws her out of bounds, winning the fight and getting to the next round.
Momo versus Mirio. You're up.
This fight is also short. Momo doesn't really know what to do against Mirio, so when the fight starts, she makes a staff and shield. Mirio just runs at Momo and kicks her, passing through her shield, his clothes phasing through him, falling to the ground. Momo puts on a surprised face before Mirio kicks her so strongly he throws her out of bounds.
Power! Round 3, the semifinals. Midoriya versus Shinso.
Before the fight actually starts, Kirishima and Ojiro warn Midoriya of Shinso's quirk, telling him he can't answer any questions Shinso asks. Midoriya takes note. The fight starts, and Shinso, knowing what happened with Bakugo and Midoriya relation to him, starts insulting Bakugo to spite Midoriya. The plan works, and Midoriya gets brainwashed. Shinso tells Midoriya to walk out of bounds and starts telling Midoriya of his aspirations of being a hero. Deku, walking to the lion, starts having visions of the vestiges of One for All. He sees a couple of previous users and has a short conversation with the original user, who tells Midoriya that he can now use about 35% of the quirk, and wakes Midoriya up from the brainwashing. Deku walks towards Shinso and uses a one-for-all punch to knock him out of bounds.
Alright, up next, Tokoyami versus Mirio.
Mirio's battle experience was a huge help in this battle. As well as working with Night-Eye, he completely overwhelms Tokoyami, phasing through every attack Tokoyami throws at Mirio. He eventually gets bored and slowly walks to Tokoyami and hits him in the gut so hard that he is knocked out. Midnight says, "Mirio wins!"
Mirio versus Midoriya, the finale. I'm excited for this one just as much as the rest of you are. Let's get started.
The fight begins, and Midoriya uses booster mode to jump at Mirio. He just goes through Mirio's face and lands on the ground. Mirio just stands there and says, "Went straight for the head, huh?" Midoriya, knowing Mirio's quirk from President Mike's description, realizes that he isn't falling through the ground, so he isn't making his feet intangible. Midoriya then jumps in the air using booster mode and shoots some air bullets aiming at Mirio's feet, actually hitting him. Mirio is impressed and waits for Midoriya to land, and then knocks Midoriya out of bounds right before he can actually land, winning the tournament. A little later, the medals are given. Nezu is the one to give the medals and feedback. Tells Shinso, "Good job. After your performance here, we will be putting you into the hero course next semester. Until then, you'll be doing a special class to catch up with the hero course." He gave Tokoyami a medal, giving him pretty much the same advice he was given to the main continuity. Nezu gives Midoriya his medal and tells him, "You did superbly. You proved that even injured, you are able to do very well. You can be a great hero because you can overcome any obstacle that is put in front of you." Nezu then turns to Mirio and gives him the medal, saying, "As expected, you won. Good job, you did your job well." Mirio looks at Midoriya thinking, "This kid is good. Maybe we should get him to his internship at Sir's agency." While Ida, Ochako, and Midoriya are leaving school to go home, Ida gets a call from his mother telling him that his brother was injured. Ida finishes his conversation with his mother and says that he will be there as soon as possible. Ida hangs up and tells his friends, "Midoriya, Uraraka, I'm sorry, but my brother Tensei was just hurt while fighting the hero killer Stain. I have to go to the hospital to see how he is doing." Ida gets support from Midoriya and Uraraka, then leaves to the hospital. The both of them take the train to go home. As Midoriya arrives home, he is exhausted and goes straight to bed and falls asleep. While sleeping, Midoriya has a weird dream. In it, he sees 8 different people, and out of the crowd of people comes a younger All Might asking, "How are you, young Midoriya?" Thank you all for...
Izuku stands there in awe, looking at All Might. Huh? The younger All Might repeats his question. How are you, young Midoriya? I'm doing all right, I guess. Midoriya tears up a bit after being able to see All Might again. Are you sure? Your body's not doing so well, is it, Midoriya? Midoriya shakes his head. You did my job better than I did, young Midoriya. But sadly, it came at a greater cost than my fight did. You remember my injury, don't you? Yes, I do, All Might. I sustained that injury fighting the same villain you did, Midoriya. His name is All for One, our sworn enemy. He has the ability to give and take quirks at will. Our job as pillars is to defeat him. Midoriya interrupts All Might. That doesn't matter to me. I only wish to be a true hero. A hero that everyone can rely on, just like you, All Might. All Might waved his hand over the young hero. Suddenly, Midoriya is overseeing how the original user of One for All received the quirk. When All for One, his own brother, gave it to him. The original user turned towards Izuku. He had a look of sorrow in his face. Wielders of One for All were known amongst themselves as the Damned. A means to an end, most living out short lives. Nana Shimura and Toshinori being the exception, however, this kid before him may have just lit the way for the forsaken destinies that follow. You poor child. To think another quirkless soul would be condemned to such a fate as this. The pale and frail figure meandered loose-limbed towards the brat. Though, it seems your fate turned brighter than most. An uncanny circumstance, you could call it. I look forward to seeing how the merits of heroism will push your journey forward. He lunged his arm straight through Izuku's torso. Regardless of his arm reaching elbow deep, there was no hand on the other side. Midoriya still struggled to gasp for air, as if the arm suffocated him from inside. Do us proud, young hero. Thank you for releasing my brother from his sins. Izuku's eyes sprung open as his lungs shook wildly with the hyperventilation that he was undergoing. His hand was gripped tight along his chest, squeezing his shirt to calm down. It didn't take long for Izuku's eyes to adjust to his pigsty of a room. Izuku glanced at the walls to the sight of all his All Might posters shredded to bits. His eyes swelled up with tears. Goodbye, All Might. A few knocks emanated from his bedroom door, ringing in Deku's ears. Inko was on the other side. Izuku, Sweeney? I heard a lot of noises. Are you okay? Izuku subconsciously stood up despite his handicapped state and gently nudged the door open, revealing a sliver of his room. Before revealing his face, he wiped his tears. Yeah, I'm fine, Mom. Izuku was in no mood to feel pathetic around his mother. He began walking away back to his bed. Inko developed tears as they flowed down her eyes, seeing her Izuku walk again. Izuku! Izuku, you're walking! Midoriya then looks at his legs in awe and tries to take a step and stumbles. Midoriya's mother runs towards him to help him. Midoriya uses his mother as a crutch until he gets to his bed. Midoriya's mother tells him to rest. There are still a couple of hours until morning. Midoriya goes back to sleep, and this time he just has a normal dream. A couple of days go by, and Midoriya attends Bakugo's court case. He is there. Some heroes are testifying, saying that Bakugo should end up in Tartarus prison. Eraserhead is called to the stand. Do you know this boy? Yes, he's one of my students. And why isn't he in your class anymore? He was expelled. Under what ground? The first day he caused a commotion in class, he didn't seem to have an attitude fitting of a hero, so I decided to expel him. Now I realize that was a mistake. He was one of the villains that attacked the USJ, correct? Firstly, I wouldn't categorize Bakugo as a villain. However, because of frustration, he was recruited into attacking the USJ, yes. No further questions, Your Honor. The defense comes close to the stand and asks Aizawa, why do you think expelling Bakugo was a mistake? I saw firsthand how that kid did everything he could to both defeat the villain no single hero could ever hope to defeat and keep Midoriya safe. That is a hero. So why exactly wouldn't you categorize Bakugo as a villain? As I stated previously, he would do anything to defeat the villain, the enemy. He has a good sense of morals. But since he was expelled, he got frustrated, and seeing Midoriya as his enemy, for whatever reasons he had, he was coerced into attacking the USJ. Moments later, Endeavor is asked by the defense, what exactly made you give the two boys, both Midoriya and Bakugo, permission to fight and use their quirks? The two boys were already fighting the villain and seemed to know more of how to deal with the situation than I did. They also seemed pretty capable of taking care of themselves and powerful enough to hold their own. So I gave them permission to fight and use their quirks. It seems like the right decision in retrospect. They defeated the villain, even if I lost my quirk in the process. The day was saved and the villain defeated. I got a better end to my career than All Might did. Thank you. A little later, Bakugo is called in as a witness, and they ask him, why did you attack the USJ? Why did you leave the League of Villains? To be honest, maybe I deserved to go to jail, but to answer your question, I was angry. Deku had just manifested a quirk, and I was kicked out of my dream school. I was really angry, and on my way home, I started using my quirk subconsciously and destroyed some property. This got All Might to arrest me. I'd lost everything I'd worked for, everything I felt belonged to me. And I was suddenly in a room with a man in the suit. He offered me the opportunity to get back at those who had wronged me, and I took it. I wish I didn't, because now, because of me, All Might was killed. Once I realized this, he appeared again, and he said he had a gift for me. A little later, I ran away from home so he couldn't find me anymore. After Bakugo was done answering questions, the defense says, I call Izuku Midoriya to the stand. Bakugo left the stand, and as he walked, he focused all his will to avert his gaze from Izuku. Izuku answered the atmosphere in kind by doing the same. Bakugo wiped off the rest of the tears he displayed, and Izuku sat down in front of the court. How do you know the accused? I've known Bakugo since we were little. We were childhood friends until he manifested his quirk and went to the same school until he got expelled from UA. Would you call Bakugo a villain? No, I wouldn't. He may have made the wrong choices, and he has been manipulated by All for One, but Kacchan, more than anybody I know, wants to be a hero. He just sometimes lets his emotions get the best of him. I know Kacchan better than this. He's not what you're making him out to be. Are those wounds and scars because of Bakugo? Not exactly. They were caused because of the fight against the villain. I gave everything I had and wouldn't defeat him without Kacchan's help. He more than anyone deserves to be a hero. The defense then says, no further questions, Your Honor. The jury then goes to decide Bakugo's fate. An hour later, the jury came out. The judge asks them, what have you decided? A member of the jury says, we, the jury, find the accused Katsuki Bakugo. Everybody's at the edge of their seats. Not guilty. The members who were rooting for him got very excited. Endeavor puts his hand on Bakugo's shoulder and tells him, good job, boy. You are now free to become a hero. I will be keeping an eye on you, though, to make sure you don't stray out of that path. Bakugo nods. Thank you. Eraserhead then tells Bakugo, well, now that that's done with, I want to offer you a deal. You would be joining us at UA in the hero course next semester. You would have to go to remedial class until the start of next semester. Would you be willing to do that? Yes, Bakugo replies with no hesitation. He's always wanted this. Great. However, you will be on probation for a long time. You slip up or do anything out of line and we will have to expel you again. Do you still want to pursue this opportunity? Yes, I won't let you down. Aizawa smiles. Good. He then turns to Midoriya. What's up with you? Midoriya jumps a bit, looking at Aizawa. You're looking a lot better. I hope your condition keeps improving. Also, you shouldn't be in school. Midoriya takes out a note. I had the school give me permission to come here. I needed to do this. I needed to be here. Now that the trial's over, let's go celebrate. Come on, Kacchan. Katsuki kept his back turned away from Izuku. He nodded without saying a word. Eraserhead, Bakugo, and Izuku go out to eat to celebrate this bittersweet occasion. The next day, Midoriya returns to class. Aizawa walked in the classroom and said that they'll be choosing hero names and internships. Midoriya goes up on the stand. It was nerve-wracking to display the name he had written down. He simply raised the sign up with great determination. Deku was all that was written. The rest of the class displayed their names, picking fun at each other or being shot down by midnight. Bakugo didn't even bother going up. How could he? They were each handed their internship pamphlets. Midoriya's body was still damaged, though he ended up with 25 offers. There was lack of interest from most of them dissuaded Izuku from the excitement he would normally feel from such opportunities. Midoriya, after a lot of thinking, narrows his options down to two: Gran Torino, All Might's mentor, or Night Eye's agency. He remembers the card that the short old man gave him at the funeral. However, after much deliberation, Midoriya ultimately decides to go with Night Eye's agency. Ida's desire for vengeance dimmered quickly, so his choice ultimately fell into Airjet, the Buster hero. Todoroki went with the armored hero, Yoroi Musha. The day of the internships came fast, and Midoriya goes to Night Eye's agency and presents himself. He's surprised to see Mirio there and asks Mirio if he's also there for the workplace experience. No, I have a temporary hero license and work here on the regular. Night Eye interrupts them. While Midoriya is here, Mirio, you will be training him in combat and showing him the ropes of being a hero. Show him the most useful information and what it's actually like. Excuse me, but I don't understand. I've done plenty of combat training against All Might. I already know how to fight. Shouldn't I be focusing on other things instead? How insolent. Looks like UA raised you brats to be cocky, not heroes. Midoriya hesitated to speak up against him, realizing he insulted his judgment. Night Eye simply adjusts his specs along the bridge of his nose. Well, if you really think you can do as you say, prove it to me. Midoriya's face flushed over with confusion from Night Eye's request. I won't say it again. Prove to me that you're worthy of being more than a cocky brat with a power you hardly deserve. Night Eye gazed at Mirio, Bubble Girl, and Centipeder, signaling them to leave the room. They answered in kind, and the door closed behind the three of them gently. Bubble Girl felt nervous for the kid. It's been a while since she's seen Night Eye look that way. You think he'll be okay, Mirio? Mirio pondered at the thought. His 1,000-yard smile lit up a bit just thinking about it. He'll be fine. I'm sure of it. Night Eye and Midoriya stared each other down. Izuku was on his toes, wary of anything that Sir might pull. Meanwhile, Night Eye stood lazily, leaning up against his desk. His facial features showed no interest in the boy before him. You think just because you defeated All for One, that means that life will just be easier for you now? If anything, his fall can lead to your doom. Observe. Night Eye flicked an eraser with his thumb. It zipped by Izuku's face. Before given any time to react further, Night Eye was already within the foolish kid's proximity, sweeping him. Izuku landed a handstand to recover, but ultimately, his hands were smacked out from under him by Night Eye's second sweeping kick. You're too shallow. You don't think ahead enough. You rely too much on One for All, and that handicaps you. You've forgotten that you're still just a naive child underneath all that power. Izuku interrupted him with a stomp to the floor. The impact caused some of the floor to erupt upwards into multiple small portions of debris. This threw off Sir Night Eye's foresight. Izuku followed up with a second kick. The airflow that his foot caused sent all the floating bits of rubble towards straight at Sir Night Eye. It knocked him down and shredded up the room. Izuku smiled, not because he beat Sir Night Eye, but because his guidance of air had the rubble miss every All Might poster. Sir, that may be so, but I can still control myself, see? I didn't hit the posters. This was something Sir could not foresee. He knew the kid would beat him, but he was so tunnel-visioned he didn't even keep count of the room. It was a mess, but the All Might posters were untouched despite the pigsty that erupted the floor behind. Night Eye sat there, bruised, looking down before chuckling under his breath. I suppose you could be worthy of a title beyond Brett, student. Sir Night Eye stood up, looking back at the room, and sighed. I'll have this clean later. Come with me, Midoriya. Sir turned the door handle and the door disconnected from its battered hinges, completely breaking off from the wall. Sir tossed the door aside and Izuku felt awkward after destroying his office, cringing at the sight of the door breaking off from his airflow. Out in the hallway, Mirio and the others were still waiting for them by the vending machines. Mirio caught a glimpse of Izuku and waved. Izuku just timidly returned 2 thumbs up as he followed Sir. Mirio cheered under his breath and Night Eye led them both into his other office. It looked exactly the same as the first before it was destroyed, and they both sat down. Night Eye started the topic at hand, clicking his pen. Do you know what the most important part of being the symbol of peace is, Midoriya? Izuku touched the tips of both his fingers together, reverting back into his timid behavior. I'm not sure I understand the question, Night Eye. Sure chuckled once, not from Midoriya, but for Midoriya, mocking him. Of course you don't. You may have proven yourself as tactical in combat, but you're still naive beyond belief when it comes to being a true pillar of society. Those words hurt Izuku where it mattered, though he took the opportunity to take in what Sir has to say next. Sir Night Eye carried on with his lesson. As you may already know, there was a time where I was All Might's sidekick. We made quite the pair, me and him. Because of this, it shouldn't be hard to believe that I don't have much faith in the likes of you. You're just some kid he picked up off the street because he thought you had spirit. I never liked it when he trusted his guts over logic, yet here we are. Don't get me wrong, despite my accusations and disbelief of the current situation, it's not as if I can blame you or him entirely. It was also my fault for not stepping in earlier. After all, it was Mirio who was supposed to be the next in line to serve as a pillar. At least he's who I would have picked and recommended to All Might over and over, but as always, he ignored me. Izuku cocked his head to the side. It was uneasy the way Sir spoke. Sir Night Eye? Do you happen to hate All Might for his choices? If so, then I'll have to disagree with your tone about him. Toshinori already proved himself as a great person who was just doing his best. I owe him a great deal. We all do. I don't find it right for you to talk down on him like this, even if there was a personal grudge between the two of you. Midoriya couldn't help but speak out against Sir. He wasn't going to sit idly by and let him talk down on All Might. Sir Night Eye simply sighed, rubbing the frustration from his eyes. I believe you misunderstand, Midoriya, but I'm in no way talking out of hate or disrespect to the man we both looked up to. I'm simply stating the facts that I believe he chose wrong when passing the torch on to you. I know this for a fact because the only other time I spoke up against him, he denied me. And now look where he ended up. Right where I told him he'd be. Night Eye took a breather from his ranting. He tossed the pen aside he was playing with and clasped his fingers together. Why do you think I gave you the invitation to intern under me? Midoriya clenched his fists, frustrated once again by what Night Eye said before, but was once again thrown off from his train of thought because of the question. Probably because you've been around All Might for so long, you'd have an idea on how I can control One for All? Night Eye stood up and chucked his chair across the room. Damn it! Izuku watched as he was dumbfounded by Sir's behavior. From what Izuku could call back, this wasn't at all how Sir Night Eye was when he was still All Might's sidekick. Izuku paused his train of thought and thought, All Might, was all that rang in Deku's ears. Sir, was All Might's death hard on you as well? Were you upset that what you told him turned out to be true? Were you trying to be proven wrong? Sir Night-Eye's face lit up as he faced the boy. He rushed over and grabbed his shoulders with great force. Where would you get that idea, kid? Because you were right. I did want to be proven wrong. However, now I know that the future is never changing within my foresight. So it doesn't matter what I want. I'm cursed with the knowledge of the future, and there's nothing anyone can do about changing it. Izuku didn't so much as flinch or recede from Sir's words. Tears fogged up his spectacles. He went back to his desk to wipe them off with a specs cloth. Midoriya spoke out once again. Then I'll change the future. A future you can be proud of. But in order to do that, you have to teach me how to be a hero you'd be proud of. Sir Night-Eye glanced at the boy with astonishment. Sure, maybe they were empty words, but those words still carried a pressure with them. Maybe, just maybe, he could rest his hopes and dreams upon this child. The next 2 days were spent on training with Sir Night-Eye. Meanwhile, at the bar in Kamino, Shigaraki and Kurogiri are present at a meeting with the hero killer Stain. So you want me to join your little crew? Shigaraki didn't bother facing his guest. He indulged himself with another drink before responding. Yes, you have been accumulating a lot of press lately, and it would be beneficial for us to partner up. Stain thinks for a minute. In hindsight, they were in opposition of one another in terms of ideals. This could get messy. You killed All Might, the one true hero this world has to offer. I shouldn't join you. I want to strengthen society by getting rid of the weak links, but you just wouldn't weaken society by taking out the strongest of the strong. I should cut your head off and leave you hanging by your intestines. Stain drew his damaged katana and pointed it at Shigaraki. All the other villains in the room readied themselves for him to feel froggy and jump. There was a moment of silence before he sheathed his blade, and the room settled before speaking again. But for now, I suppose our alliance can help me for the short term. We will see how strong your resolve is. Port me back to Hosu so I can finish my job. Afterward, we can discuss business. When Stain arrived back at Hosu, it took no time at all to kill off Native, the pro-hero, without any struggle whatsoever. A couple more days passed. At this point, Midoriya outgrew his need for his prosthetics. He took a quick break to look at the news and find that the pro-hero Native was killed by Stain the day prior. The hero killer strikes again. Jeez, that's the 4th one this month! Poor Native. I hope his family's doing all right. Gran Torino arrived at the Night Eye's agency. My, I heard a lot of things about how much success he struck, but to be on this level's impressive. Well, time to see the kid again. Night Eye glanced over to Izuku while working on his paperwork. Izuku, today I'll be having Gran Torino assist me in your training with One for All. As you can see, I'm quite busy with other hero work at the moment. Izuku nodded and smiled. Sounds fine to me, sir. After introductions and reminiscing on the past with Night Eye, Gran Torino finally got around to taking charge of Izuku's growth. They spent the whole day working on building the muscles back in Midoriya's recently recovered injuries. I'm glad to see that you're still as peachy as ever, kid. I was honestly expecting the worst from you. Thank you for proving me wrong. Izuku was straddled along the floor, stretching his legs. Well, can't say everything's better, but yeah. Can't be a hero if I'm too deep in the past. At least that's what I picked up from Sir Night Eye. Gran Torino gave Izuku a hearty laugh. What a hypocrite young Night Eye turned out to be. Izuku didn't share Torino's comedic sense. His face was as serious as ever. He wished for me to not make the same mistakes as him. That's all. Torino cut his comical emotions short, understanding that he was probably in the wrong there. Well, regardless, he was proud to see that Izuku can at least look like he's moved past it. The training continued, both of them focusing on strengthening Midoriya's limbs and honing his martial arts with his entire body. Another day went by in the blink of an eye, and Night Eye interrupted their midday scuffle. Mirio accompanied him. The old geezer and the young man cut their sparring session early to listen to what Night Eye had to say. Gran Torino, your time is up. It's Midoriya's last day interning here, and we need to make the most out of it. Kid, you'll be with Mirio for the remainder of your time here. Mirio, try not to go too easy on him. Mirio saluted with a dorky smile. His presence was that of a pumped senior classman who was already ready to see how far his underclassmen had come. Count on it, sir! The bulky blonde approached Izuku with his signature smile and vibe. You ready? Izuku merely nodded in response as he leapt away from Mirio. His full cowling electrified throughout his whole body. The moment he landed, Mirio's clothes fell through him and he fell through the floor. Moments later, his arms reached out, propelled from directly underneath Izuku. His arms phased through Midoriya's legs and up his torso. The idea of it freaked Izuku out and he guarded himself. Mirio flipped forward with a strong punch through Izuku's guard, and as his fist went through, bit by bit, it shifted back to tangible, directing a hit to Izuku's face, sending him backwards with a bloody nose. Power! The sun took its toll throughout the day. Hour by hour, Izuku pushed his very limits to even attempt at getting the upper hand with Mirio. Sadly, to no prevail outside of 2 successful counterattacks. By the time the sky turned a deep orange from the setting sun, Izuku was hyperventilating on the floor, drowning in his own sweat. Meanwhile, Mirio indulged in the finer things in life, like a bare-naked water break. It took a bit for Izuku to recover himself. His muscles grew sore and stretched out from all the sparring and stretching he did today. Mirio was one tough cookie. Izuku could tell from all the hard work he put in to get that way. It inspired him to be the same as him, someone who worked hard and earned their power, capable of being untouchable. Midoriya waved goodbye to his new friends and teachers. They did it in kind as he was on his way back home. All that could be seen in the dark room Shigaraki found himself in were the reflection of light shining down on him from spectacles. It was only a moment ago that Tomura was interviewing the new recruits before he was forcefully warped here with the rest of them. So, you were his disciple, huh? My, you don't look all that promising, Tomura Shigaraki. Shigaraki stood with the rest of the group. A bright light shined down on them, but that was the only source of light in the room. Everything else was a black emptiness. 2 green lights could be seen from within the pitch dark. It took some scanning through his memories, but Tomura was able to conclude an educated guess. Wait, that voice. I recognize you from the audio calls with my master. There was no movement beyond the circumference of light surrounding the group. Not even any flow of wind could be felt. However, the slight echo that ran throughout the room made it clear that this room was anything but small. Let's just say from where I'm standing, all I see is a dumb brat that All For One gave too much praise towards. I aim to fix that error. A click of a button could be heard, and the spectacles disappeared into the darkness. What followed was glowing lights in the pods that showed themselves. What was inside was an army of Nomu. Aisle by aisle, there were pods holding all of them stationary in the liquid. Twice was the first to take a look at all that surrounded the band of villains. Wow, what a sight! All these Nomu should be out invading the country! Twice adjusted his personality back to a more controlled state. Who knew there were so many that were in the backlog? Shigaraki started scratching aimlessly at his neck. The situation itself was irritating enough, though the obnoxious rambling of a multi-personality disordered freak wasn't helping either. I demand silence! Twice was shocked but did what was told. Tomura took a breather as the pace at which he was scratching his neck slowered. Anyway, about what you said earlier. Something stupid about praising? Dr. Ujiko's chuckle that followed echoed throughout the entire room. It was unclear where exactly it was emanating from. What I said is exactly what it sounds like. You're not fit to be All For One's successor as a destroyer of pillars. At least not yet, anyway. Now, to answer the Strange One's question. These are Nomus that All For One entrusted me to complete. Today marked the day I have, and that's also why I summoned you all here. You'll find these to be more adequate than what we sent you during your invasion of UA. The business I want to discuss has to do with our late master, his will. He wanted me to transfer all his assets to you. However, I don't really see you as fitting candidates. You may have his quirk, but power doesn't equal worthy leadership. Not with the foundation he's set in stone. Shigaraki began scratching his neck a little faster. It was agitating that this seamless nobody is telling him of his own worthiness. Though, if he speaks true, that he also worked under All For One, perhaps it was worth listening and not blow a casket over spilt curdled milk. The lamp that hovered above the group of imbeciles rattled slightly. After a few seconds, it occurred once again, but with greater violence. A subtle rumble emerged from what lied beyond the darkness of the room. The entire building felt like it was shaking, one footstep at a time before the wall pulled open like a garage door. The silhouette of a giant being stood beyond. Its great eyes glowed within that silhouette. Perhaps you're ready to listen now. Good. If you can defeat All For One's proudest achievement by far, then you can prove to me your worth as the successor to godhood. Shigaraki and the rest of the villains began oozing a black sludge. It spat out from their mouths and eyes, flowing throughout their entire bodies, engulfing them. When the sludge evacuated from their bodies, the next thing that Shigaraki saw was the sunset, followed by trees surrounding him and his allies. Once again, the familiar eruption of vibration rushed through the forest. Step by step, the rumbling grew more intense, and in the distance, trees could be seen falling one by one. Through the stems of logs that sprouted underneath the thick forestry were the pair of the same two glowing eyes. The door to Class 1A slid gently to the side. Izuku entered the all-too-familiar room once again, gazing up at all the familiar faces. Class 1A was already present, talking amongst one another, mostly about how their internships went. The voice of 13 made chills go up Izuku's spine. He wasn't expecting her to sneak up on him like that. She got a quick laugh out of it before opening the door the rest of the way. Midoriya scratched the back of his head out of how awkward he felt after the fact. He put one foot into the door before his usual gang approached him with excitement. They all wanted their answers for how things went with Sir Nidai, but before Izuku could explain himself, 13 was already beginning class. Alright, gang, I know you all have had a long week. However, that doesn't mean this is any time to dawdle. You'll have plenty of time to share your experiences after class. Today we will be going over practical rescue training. Once they arrived at Training Ground Gamma with their hero costumes, they observed the scene from the monitor above them. Froppy pressed her finger on her chin, pondering to herself.
Why are we here? Shouldn't we be in the USJ instead?
13 raised her finger to the sky as if to prepare them for a bold reply. Usually, yes. However, we aren't practicing disaster rescue. No, today we will be having a race to rescue the lost citizen. The first team gets in position. Midoriya, Sero, Ida, Ojido, and Ashido are the first ones to go. They get in position. The exercise starts, and Midoriya starts moving around at 10%. It took a bit for his footing to match with the environment of metal pipes. After a few leaps and bounds, eventually he began angling his feet properly. As he raced through the pipelines, Izuku gradually hastened himself. He pushed his limits just barely. He didn't want to further injure himself, but more importantly, he wanted to see his growth with his own eyes. In one fell swoop, he doubled his percentage and kicked off of a pipe. The air pressure bent everything behind him as he launched through the sky, landing right in the middle where 13 was. His landing caused him to skid across the floor. He managed to slow down by shifting his weight as the friction increased between his feet and the platform. His breathing was intense, and his leg was slightly bruised from the blast. The class was astonished by his feat. Nearly an entire section of Ground Gamma was used as a launch pad for Izuku. What he left behind was destruction for that whole region. 13 and Bakugo, however, didn't share in their astonishment. 13 docked points from Izuku for destroying a portion of the surroundings. It was unclear that he didn't put the architecture of structures in account. This could be considered dangerous for the lost citizen. Say, if the building they were trapped in happened to be destroyed at its fundamental roots. Though she was still impressed with the feat regardless, he did arrive first because of it after all. Bakugo, on the other hand, felt that Izuku was out of reach for him. He had yet to consider just how powerful Izuku was during the USJ incident. Even now, with his injuries, he seems stronger. Honey is a free browser add-on available on Google, Opera, Firefox, Safari. If it's a browser, it has Honey. Honey automatically saves you money when you check out on sites like Amazon, Papa John's, Kohl's. Wherever you shop, it's a good chance that Honey can save you money. All you have to do when you're checking out of these major sites is click that little orange button, and it will scan the entire internet and find discount codes just for you. It takes 2 clicks to install Honey. Now, anytime you check out, Honey will scan the entire internet and find coupon codes for you. If there's a coupon code, they will find it. And if there's not a coupon code, you can rest assured that you are getting the best price possible, and there is literally not one available on the internet. If you install Honey right now, you can save like $50 to $100 on your shopping doing nothing. There's literally no reason not to install Honey. It takes 2 clicks, 10 million people use it, 100,000 5-star reviews. Unless you hate money, you should install Honey. Some time passes and the end of June arrives. Classes continued and the usual turmoil that follows with education ebbed and flowed throughout each passing day. Alright, class, it's about that time for the final exams for the semester. We have a written and practical exam in line for you all to pass in. The class reacted as individuals, and all this did little more than annoy Aizawa. Eventually, the class quieted down after he told them to be silent. He explained the exam in full, warning them to study hard. The majority of the class listened attentively, preparing themselves for the exams. The day of the entrance exam arrives. The entire class succeeds with a passing grade. The practical occurred immediately after. Immediately, the class donned their hero attire and made their way to the training grounds. What awaited them there was a line of teachers standing before the students heroically. Nezu stood front and center with his paws behind his back. Hello, students of Class 1A. Congratulations on passing the written exams. The practical side has been changed due to a decision made by the Hero Society's staff team. Due to the surge of rising villain activity throughout the community, we've made the decision to enhance your training experience as much as possible. Therefore, the practical exams you will be facing us, the teachers.
Now I already know what you're thinking. How a bunch of first years don't stand a chance against pros. Well, you're right. Hence why we've handicapped ourselves with these cuffs we will be handing to you students. If you are able to escape the area or cuff your teacher villain substitute, you win. Fail to do either, and you will lose. We've also equipped ourselves with special bands that weigh us down. That way you kids will have more flexibility in your escape. The students were assigned their pairs and were sent to the training grounds. Anyone who wasn't currently participating spectated from the camera room. Some students took in the tactics of their fellow students, while others were just simply waiting for their turn. Up next was Midoriya and Sero, their opponent being Midnight. The exam began! Midnight meandered her way to the two students, slowly ripping a bit of her outfit, exposing her intoxicating scent. Midoriya pondered for a bit, thinking of a strategy. Meanwhile, Sero stood there waiting on him to come up with a plan. Sero's not the strategist type, just the guy who gets things done when asked of him. Izuku just wanted to clarify with Sero something. Don't take off your helmet under any circumstances. Just want to make sure that you won't do so. That's how she can get you. Sero nodded in agreement. He had a lot of faith riding on Izuku, a lot of trust as well. Okay, and what is the plan? Knowing you probably came up with about 52 of them already. Midoriya adjusts his stance to a combat-ready one, preparing himself mentally for what will happen next. Well, there are a few ideas I have in mind, though considering us and who we're up against, my best bet is to split up. You should go for the exit using your tape to maneuver, while I'll keep Midnight at bay. Hopefully if what I'm thinking is correct, then this should go smoothly. Sero followed Izuku's example, preparing for battle as well, setting one foot in front of the other. Sounds good to me. I'll blitz her, no sweat. Midoriya springs into action. Midnight at this point has gathered a sizable cloud of aroma surrounding her and the path she's taken so far. Midoriya leaped at Midnight. He lunged his leg forward with great force. Midnight backs up in order to dodge the assault, but the air pressure from his foot sends her cloud away, thinning it out in the atmosphere, too weak to even manifest. It worked! Midnight was a little impressed at first. Regardless, she wasted no time to slash at Midoriya with her whip as an attempt to get Midoriya's mask off. However, he caught it, and it wrapped around his fist. He pulled on the whip, nudging Midnight towards him with great force. Midnight unarmed the whip and flew over to Izuku. She landed behind Izuku in a kneeled-down position. He turned around with a punch aimed towards her. Midnight was more cunning than she let on. She threw a handful of sand at Izuku, the dust cloud blinding him momentarily. It was long enough for Midnight to swiftly knock the mask off and drench him in her fumes. Midoriya held his breath so as not to fall asleep and leapt away to an area where the gas hadn't reached yet. Midoriya takes a second to breathe. Once again, he used his kick to blast away the aroma she was letting off. In this window of time, Izuku lunged straight towards Midnight and went to kick her. But before any further action was dealt, an alarm was heard. Izuku and Sero won the match! Sero stood at the exit and smiled, waving back to Izuku as he thought. Not sure if that was luck or what, but if it wasn't for his manipulation of airflow, we'd be screwed! A couple of hours later, Shinso and Bakugo presented themselves to the same facility. Bakugo was wearing the suit he submitted but never got to wear. Shinsu was wearing the UA sports uniform with a strange mask and Aizawa's binding cloth. Aizawa, Nezu, and a couple of other faculty members are waiting for them. Aizawa put on a jaded smile and approached them. I'll be your opponent. Try not to fail if you can avoid it. Bakugo and Shinso looked at each other determined. This would be the exam to test how their fates will play out after all. From the looks of your faces, I would say you're coming with me then. We evaluated you both throughout your time in the remedial course and designed an exam that we think will test your skills. Shinso, you applied for the hero course but failed since you didn't have enough combat experience. But in your remedial courses, we focused on combat, even going as far as letting Bakugo and the others train with you. After hearing those words, Shinso thinks back to his training. Aizawa taught him how to use the binding cloth and how to use ninja stars to be able to use long-ranged attacks. He also asked Hatsune to make the special mask and training with Bakugo and some teachers. Aizawa gazed at Bakugo. Bakugo, you were expelled from the hero course because of your attitude. Your fighting skills and cunning thinking are impressive, but your attitude seemed unfitting of a hero. But you have improved. The remedial course for you is a little bit of training and mostly catching up on studies since I saw your attitude had changed at the courthouse. They arrive in a room with a screen in the middle and a seat where a recovery girl is sitting. Aizawa pulled up a proctor which went over how his test will go down. That said, this is how the practical hero course exam will go. You will be fighting a group of villains in the city. These are the robots from the entrance exam. Your job is to protect the civilians while doing this. We hired some from the Help Us company. Once you've defeated most of the villains, about 80%, then you will unlock your final boss. You will be judged by the UA staff, just as you were in the entrance exam. You have 10 minutes to strategize, plan, and get ready. The two students used this time to strategize. Bakugo looked over the proctor and began putting a plan together. Objectively, I would say that in combat, especially against robots, I would say I'm the most powerful. From what I've seen, your quirk is very useful, but only against actual opponents. So this is what I suggest. When we encounter them, you restrain the robots that I can take them down at first. We have to make sure to get the civilians out of harm's way. That is the priority. Once all civilians are safe, we'll take down the robots. Until the final boss comes, we take him down, and we win. Shinzo took a bit to think through what Bakugo had to say. He found a slight issue with his plan and returned with a rebuttal. The plan sounds good, except we don't know what our final boss will be, and we don't know how many civilians there are. Bakugo returned his answer rather quickly, as if he was already thinking what Shinzo would have said next. For the boss, they will probably use the 0-point robot from the entrance exam. He should be easy enough to beat. They'll probably buy a counter or something for how many civilians there'll be. Shinzo gave in. It all seemed to add up, at least as far as he could think anyway. Sounds like a plan then. 15 minutes later, the students find themselves in ground beta. The students go out and execute their plans. They walk closer to the middle, taking down some robots on the way. They find the first civilian and destroy the enemies around him. The civilians thank them, and Shinzo escorts the civilians to the exit of the city. On the way, Shinzo finds another villain that attacks them. He quickly reacts to the robot and takes it down. Shinzo then decides that taking the main road is too dangerous, and maybe he should use the alleyway. Use the alleyways to take the civilians to safety. Fewer chances of encountering villains. On his way to the exit, Shinzo finds another civilian on the way and takes him to the gate. He gets to the gate and civilians get through. Aizawa reminds the students of their current progress over the intercom. You've rescued 2 out of 15 civilians right now and have taken down 23% of the villains. Bakugo pressed against the earbud to communicate with his partner. Get back to the middle as soon as possible. I have 3 more and I'm keeping them safe, but need you to get them to safety. 27 minutes pass. At this point, Shinzo and Bakugo are exhausted from all the hard work, sweating a lot. Shinzo escorts another civilian to the exit. All civilians have been taken care of, and you've defeated 67% of the villains. 6 minutes passed. Aizawa sent out another announcement to the duo. Good work, you two. You have now unlocked your final boss. Bakugo and Shinzo look around, wondering where the final villain is. A sliver of capture tape wrapped itself around Shinzo's ankle. It tugged aggressively and made him fall out from under himself. The tape dragged him into an alleyway, disappearing into the darkness. Bakugo could barely do anything to react, and his explosions weren't working. Aizawa showed himself, standing on top of the building next to the alley with his goggles over his eyes, his hair rising up creepily. Shinzo laid unconscious in his arms. Me. I'm your final boss. Bakugo tried activating his quirk again. Nothing. Aizawa dropped Shinzo off the building, forcing Bakugo to chase after him. However, there were caltrops that were hidden in Shinzo's pockets. They fell out as he continued falling, and Bakugo tripped over them, but still managed to catch his unconscious companion. Damn you! Aizawa smiled cockily and began parkouring his way down, his vision unattaching itself from Bakugo, allowing him to explode again. A few explosions could be heard from Aizawa. By the time he got down, the 2 students were gone. They hid on top of a building, Bakugo trying to wake Shinzo up by aggressively shaking him by his shoulders. His eyelids jolted open from the abrupt awakening. Wake up already, damn it! We got a teacher to destroy! Honey is a free browser add-on available on Google, Opera, Firefox, Safari. If it's a browser, it has Honey. Honey automatically saves you money when you check out on sites like Amazon, Papa John's, Kohl's. Wherever you shop, it's a good chance that Honey can save you money. All you have to do when you're checking out at these major sites is click that little orange button, and it will scan the entire internet and find discount codes for you. It takes 2 clicks to install Honey. Now, anytime you check out, Honey will scan the entire internet and find coupon codes for you. If there's a coupon code, they will find it. And if there's not a coupon code, you can rest assured that you're getting the best price possible, and there literally is not one available on the internet. If you install Honey right now, you can save like $50 to $100 on your shopping doing nothing. There's literally no reason not to install Honey. It takes 2 clicks, 10 million people use it, 100,000 5-star reviews. Unless you hate money, you should install Honey. Shinzo recovers himself. Shortly after Bakugo caught him up on the situation, the poor bastard didn't even remember what happened. They went through with a new plan. Some time passed. Aizawa let them be to give them a chance, of course without setting up traps of his own in the meantime. Aizawa passed by an alleyway when Bakugo ambushed Aizawa from it, throwing an explosion at him. Aizawa leaned away from the attack effortlessly. He grabbed Bakugo by the wrist, keeping his quirk deactivated. He wrapped the capture tape around Bakugo's wrist while he was in the air and threw him over his shoulder with the tape. Bakugo landed face first. Damn it!
Aizawa showed his smug demeanor, meandering his way with his hands in his pockets to the recently injured Bakugo. My, you're quite the jumpy one. Shinzo threw his binding cloth at Bakugo. Aizawa looked over as the cloth disconnected a tripwire. Before the cloth can reach Bakugo, a throwing star breaks it. He gazed at the direction from where the cloth was thrown from, but sees no one there. Bakugo takes advantage of Aizawa being distracted and throws multiple explosions at him, while Shinzo adjusts his mask. Aizawa loses sight of Bakugo because of all the smoke the explosions had created. Do you really think you can beat us, Aizawa? I've already beaten villains before! Aizawa smirked. You've never faced me before. Aizawa stopped moving. The smoke clears and Bakugo stands there. Shinzo walks toward them. Bakugo was beginning to get frustrated from Aizawa's cocky attitude. Come on, let's restrain him! Bakugo went in for another barrage of explosions. Aizawa wasn't able to catch him in time to stop his quirk. The explosions impacted his body. Shinzo yelled out to Aizawa, Sir, are you okay? Aizawa landed on his feet and began to beat down on Bakugo, attacking his focal points. This kept Bakugo from moving his joints in certain ways, eventually paralyzing him entirely. Mind your own business, Aizawa blacked out. Moments later, Shinzo woke Aizawa up from the brainwashing and apologized for having to do that. Aizawa nods frustratingly. That was a dumb move for him to make. It's fine. In battle, you do what you have to do. Never apologize for that. Now go hit the showers while we examine your results. 10 minutes later, the students are wearing normal clothes and go to talk to the teachers. Aizawa was the first to speak up. Katsuki Bakugo, you passed this exam. It was always planned for you to pass. You've proven yourself many times. That is the reason I offered you this chance. This exam was just meant to show your evolution to those who are still hesitant. Aizawa then faces Shinzo. Hitoshi Shinzo, you passed the exam. You were the only one who was really on trial here. You've matured a lot in the previous months, and your fighting skills have improved a lot as well. This was a pretty difficult exam to do, and while many pros would have done better, I think only Midoriya and maybe a few other students would have been able to do better. Anyway, since there are 2 slots open, you 2 will be joining my class, Class 1A. I will see you in a week for the Forest Training Camp. Just a heads up, you will be in the same training group as the people who failed the final exams, and afterward you will join the class for all future events, meaning normal class and other things we have planned. Bakugo thanks Aizawa for the opportunity he gave him. Shinzo joins in and thanks Eraser too. Aizawa simply nodded, congratulating them on their hard work. No need to mention it. It was your hard work that has brought you to this point. Both students go celebrate their victory with a couple of sodas. They have also become very good friends after training together so much. After they are done with the sodas, the 2 students go home and say they will see each other in the training camp. Back in the forest, broken trees and craters beyond the eye can see were all that were present. In the middle of one of those craters was a defeated Gigantomachia. Shigaraki and his compatriots were once again sent back to Dr. Ujiko's location. I see you have managed to beat All for One's most devoted follower. Very well. I am at your demand, Master. What will be the first order of business? Shigaraki's chapped lips folded under the hand attachment grasping his face. His eyes widened as well. I have a couple of old friends to visit. Thank you. Shigaraki chuckled maniacally. Twice followed along. After a few hearty laughs, Twice began crying tears from his stomach hurting so bad, practically rolling on the floor as Shigaraki's chuckle quickly turned to annoyance. Twice stood back up, calming down. He wiped the tears from his eyes. Wait, why are we laughing? Shigaraki shot daggers at Twice when he gazed back at him, annoyed at the belligerent idiot for ruining the mood. It grew to where even the double-deckered heaping of trouble himself was catching onto the atmosphere, backing off. Shigaraki scratched his neck before relaying his focus elsewhere. Twice's petty squabbles weren't worth his time in the end. The chapped villain leader snapped his fingers. Mr. Compress immediately was on the scene next to his leader. He pulled out a marble from his pockets and decompressed it. It was a folder with info on UA, their students, and their scheduling. He handed the folder over to Shigaraki. He grabbed it with only 4 out of 5 of his hand's appendages. It was a smart call to ask for this from the good doctor. Now, by old friends, I of course mean our fellow students from UA. I have an assignment for you fresh bloods. Back at school, step by step, UA students made their way onto the buses. Ito was instructing while the rest were hardly listening. At this point, the students learned to drain out his voice. The buses all loaded up and they made their way towards the mountains. An hour later, the bus stops. They step out from the buses, stretching out their tight muscles, some of them lightheaded from standing up too quickly. Tokiyami was the observant type. He was the first to notice the lack of other classes that stopped with Class 1A. Where did the rest of them go? They're not here with us. After hearing that, Class 1A was a bit more tense all around. Something wasn't right.
In the next moment, Pixie Bob and Ragdoll reveal themselves, with their flashy introductions nearly scaring the crap out of some students. Hello, students. I'm Pixie Bob. And I'm Ragdoll. And we're the Wild Wild Pussycats. The both of them strike their signature poses back when they were in their prime. Sadly, that was so long ago, not many students really caught on to their identities. Izuku noticed, though. His face lit up with excitement. Oh, wow! The Wild Wild Pussycats in the flesh! The other students, for the most part, shrugged. Never even heard of them before. Izuku continued on, turning into his usual rambling mode. That was until he commented on their age and they scolded him for it. When introductions carried on, Pixie Bob began explaining what was going to happen. The students start to worry that Aizawa was playing a fast one on them. Pixie Bob displayed a shady smile before forcing the cliff to collapse under them, trapping them in the beast's forest. The kiddies that don't make it by lunchtime won't get any! It took little time for the more combat-efficient students to react to the situation, one by one tagging each mud monster into oblivion. Class 1A for the next few hours were heavily occupied. Izuku was the first to arrive, only an hour, and while Bakugo and Todoroki were enraged, racing to the finish, arriving minutes after. When they reached the camp, the Wild Pussycats apologized to the students for that little stunt they pulled. Midoriya notices the kid that is with the pros and goes to introduce himself. The boy then punches Midoriya in the nether regions. He had checked up on the situation, Midoriya was in critical peril, and Bakugo chuckled, impressed by the kid's spunk. Mandalay apologized to Izuku for Koda's inappropriate behavior. The students are then sent to retrieve their luggage, have dinner, and go to the thermal baths. Bakugo and Shinzo spend time bonding and getting to know their new classmates. The next day, the class gets up very early and is dragged outside by Aizawa. Aizawa tells the students what they will be doing in camp and sets everything up. The students of Class 1A spend their time training their quirks, pushing their bodies to the limit. Shinzo spent his time learning from Pixie Bob to increase his charisma, giving him more ample chances to those he tries to enchant with brainwashing. When he's not training with her, Shinzo spends his time with Aizawa, furthering his physical training. The first day of training ends in the afternoon. The students prepare dinner with their quirks. After they are done, Midoriya notices that Koda is leaving without eating. Seeing Koda leave like that makes him wonder what his problem is. Midoriya goes to Mandalay and asks about Koda's backstory, finding out his family's history. Midoriya then follows Koda's footsteps, taking some curry with him to give to Koda. Bakugo notices that Midoriya is leaving and follows him. Midoriya talks to Koda for a bit about his backstory, revealing that he knows about the Water Hose Heroes. Midoriya tells Koda about his quirkless friend, which secretly touches Koda. After Midoriya goes back to camp, Bakugo reveals himself. It was hard to make out exactly who it was, but Koda grew anxious. Who are you? Bakugo stepped out more into the light, revealing himself as another one of the students. This annoyed Koda slightly. Why are you all bothering me right now? I just want to be left alone. Katsuki ignored the brat. The name's Katsuki Bakugo. Sorry for eavesdropping, but I thought I should chime in. From the context, I know you hate the Society of Quirks, but if you didn't have a quirk like Midoriya's friend, you'd be bullied by everybody around you. Furthermore, that person that was talking to you a few minutes ago, he also lost somebody. He lost the person he looked up to the most. He is one of the strongest people I know, who even after I strayed from my path helped me back on it. Koda looked down. It would take more than a sob story to break him out of his shell. So what? Bakugo was starting to get annoyed. He knew better than to entrust a kid to understand these deep topics. He just wants to help you. If his words won't prove it, get ready because his actions will. He's a great person and a hero. I know he will be number one, and soon. And he will help you, even if you don't want him to. Bakugo then turns to leave. Koda just looks at Bakugo as he does. After he is gone, he starts eating the curry Midoriya left him, whilst thinking about his parents' situation. Bakugo, Shinso, and the remedial course then go to the rendezvous point to catch up to the others. The next morning, the students again have to wake up early to keep training. This morning, Aizawa takes Shinzo to help him practice more with the binding cloth, not too far away from the remedial students so he can keep an eye on them while training Shinzo. The day passes, and after dinner, the students prepare for a test of courage, a game made by the Wild Wild Pussycats, while the remedial students go to the remedial course, since the students didn't impress Aizawa enough. The pairs for the test of courage were set up. The first 3 groups go out to do the test of courage. However, there was something far darker dwelling in the darkness that lies beyond the forest. The villains overlooked from beyond the camp. Shigaraki decided everyone should come along with the exception of the doctor. However, that doesn't exclude him from participating. Some mid-tier Nomu were ready for use, and they were brought along as well. They overlooked the training camp with great intensity, each of their faces showing malice in their eyes. Is everybody here?
Kurogiri answers as master, looking over his foggy shoulder at the group, doing a quick head count. Yes, this should be everybody. I have more Nomu on standby, even some high-end ones in case things go wrong. Kurogiri's words filled Shigaraki with confidence. His neck was spared from his nails this day. Good. Now, everyone should know their targets. Twice and Toga leaped up in excitement. Gotcha, boss! Twice's other personality kicks in. Why not just kill him when we find him? It would be much easier. Shigaraki's eyes once again gazed at Twice with a hint of rage. He wasn't about to explain himself again. Dabi ignited the forest with his blue flames, spreading it as he continued through it all. Weird gas emanated within, as well a young boy with a gas mask and a pistol dwelled within. Koda gazed upon the night sky, dazed in his memories about what the UA student said to him. He sighed, thinking how he should probably cut them some slack. After all, they were just trying to help. It didn't take him long to break from his gaze due to the interruption of the smell of burning wood. Koda focused downward to the cloud of smoke that revealed itself, a blue light hovering underneath. I gotta warn them! In another part of the forest, trees knocked down one after another. Rumbling could be heard from the students participating in the test of courage. Gigantomachia was on the move. The attack on the training camp commenced. Shigaraki stayed put on the hill, looking over all the destruction. It didn't take much longer for the students and teachers of UA to catch on to the commotion. It took an even shorter time for Izuku to remember Koda and how he's potentially caught in the middle of all this in his hiding spot. He turns to Sero. I'm gonna help Koda! I think he's still out there! I need you to tell Mandalay to alert everyone else that we're under attack! Midoriya runs towards the clearing in the mountains, going in, full cowl at 30%. Muscular revealed his face to the small boy, exposing his identity as the person who killed Koda's parents all those years ago. Muscular laughs at Koda's despair and raises his fist, ready to plunder the boy of his life. Midoriya then kicks Muscular in the head. The momentum chucked him against the mountainside, creating a crater. Don't worry, Koda! I am here! Izuku stood in front of the sobbing boy with a determined look on his face. He was ready to sacrifice everything for him. It took a few moments, but Muscular rose from the debris of the mountain rubble. He gave a hearty laugh as he rose, wiping the dust from his shirt and tossed his cloak aside. The muscle fibers that spread from his cheek sunk back in behind the skin. His jaw was rendered harmless from Izuku's ambush. That was quite the kick, young blood. He stopped to think a bit. Wait a minute. You're that green-haired kid Shigaraki hates so much. Well, well, suppose this is my lucky day. He said we can outright kill you! Muscular's face lit up with excitement. The undomesticated brute amped himself for another slaughter.
Adrenaline pumped through Muscular's body. His body mass grew. His muscle fibers sprouted out from under his skin. It was a grotesque sight to behold. Izuku kept up his full cowling. He had a child's life resting in the palm of his hands. He wasn't about to let the bastard get to it. In another location, Sero made his way back to the main building, where he knows he'll be safe. Passing by the clearing, he sees Mandalay and screams at her. Mandalay, Midoriya told me to tell you he went to go get Koda. He's in a clearing at the mountain. Mandalay then uses her quirk to telepathically message everyone.
Students, the situation seems dire. Just to be safe, since there are so many strong attackers, you all have permission to use your quirks.
She then sends the private message to Koda and Izuku. Are you boys all right? Sorry I can't get to you sooner, but I'll be there as quickly as I can. Back at the clearing, Izuku and Koda are standing their ground against this mighty foe. They both reacted when Mandalay relayed her message. It gave them both courage. It was a massive weight off their chest knowing help would come. Izuku's train of thought was interrupted by a fist aimed straight towards him at an immense velocity. He barely had any time to push Koda out of the way and raise his arms, resisting the blunt force from Muscular. You better start paying attention, you little shit! An immense tingling shot out of Izuku's nerves, followed by a sharp pain running up his shoulders and forearms. His whole body was pushed back a few meters from the continuous weight forced on him. There was barely any floor left Izuku could use as leverage, only a very long fall. Muscular kept pushing the kid forward, trying to shove him off the cliff, though it was interrupted by Izuku's next move. He ducked below the muscle-clad fist, moving under the arm, and Midoriya ran one for all at 40%. He bear-hugged both Muscular's calves and lifted him off the ground, pushing him forward and slamming his head into the floor. Oh no, you don't, brat! Muscular clamped his fingers together, intertwining both of his fists into one, before slamming his hands down on Izuku's head. Everything went black for Izuku for a second. It grew hard to move as his consciousness was fading. Izuku had no choice but to loosen his grip. That's when the bulky titan grasped the student's shirt and chucked him into the side of the mountain. Izuku's body left a crater as it bounced off the rock, spitting up any moisture that sat in his lungs. In mid-bounce, Muscular rushed the kid, charging with his shoulder, and slammed Izuku back into the wall, punching his face over and over. He followed up with knees to the ribcage, snapping them one by one. "Let's do your arms next!" The blonde, one-eyed freak smiled with great malice. His muscle fibers wrapped around his body in great mass, increasing his physical prowess and appearance further. He clenched his fist around Deku's forearms and began bending them in the wrong directions like twigs. Izuku shouted out in horror before his face lit up again. He headbutted the bodybuilder wannabe right in the chest with 100%. A massive dust cloud formed from the two of them, and all Koda could do is watch in astonishment and terror. What was left when the smoke cleared was a highly reinforced muscled-out ball of flesh, and a iridescent-haired student with a bruised neck. Muscular simply relaxed some of his pectoral muscles, and laughed maniacally while doing so. "Now that was very funny, boy. You got one hell of a head there. How desperate to use your quirk that way, though. We've already done background checks on all you brats." He grabbed Izuku by the top of his hair, pulling his upper body by his scalp, practically laughing in his face. "You see, I'm not looking for you, but a blonde brat who our old boss had a run-in with earlier. You seen him? Katsuki Bakugo, I mean." Izuku's eyes lit up, but his deformed jaw couldn't move. His trembling breath could barely give out comprehensive words. Muscular once again chuckled from the pitiful sight before him. He stood up with the boy's hair in hand, before slamming him to the floor over and over. "You better give me the answer I need before you die, boy!" The brutality of Muscular's inappropriate treatment of a child was sickening. Izuku's face continued to deform from its usual appearance. His eyes bulged out and bruised, and his cheeks were gashed with deep purple. Though this didn't slow down the merciless trash of a human being. He let Izuku bounce off the floor before he grasped his calf, holding him upside down, and threw him like a rag doll across the floor. Izuku's kneecap snapped in the process, twisting his shin out of place as he rolled across the floor. The friction between Midoriya and the floor is what made him decelerate to a stop, right in front of Koda. "Look at him dawdle about! Come on, hero! No sleeping on the job!" Koda gazed down upon his self-sacrificing savior, or what was left of him. The terrible sight of Izuku before him siphoned the little kid of all hope and oxygen. There wasn't even enough air to cry for help, only breathless tears. Koda felt like he was going to pass out, but mustered enough courage to use his quirk. He sprayed Izuku down gently with his water quirk, cleansing his body of the bloody mess he was. With Izuku unconscious, his body suffered too much damage to even comprehend the pain his body was going through. In his psyche, there was only a dark cloud that he was shrouded in. At the core of this never-ending cloud that expanded out into the horizons were 6 colorless silhouettes, outshining the darkness. Toshinori was the only one out of the 6 that had any detail to them. "Hey, kid." All Might?" "Yeah, it's me. I've been watching your fight. We all have. Seeing you try your hardest like that brings me nothing but a sore heart, kid. If only I was still around, you wouldn't have to push as hard as you have been." Izuku stood there for a few moments, his eyes rushed with tears, slowly breaking down in front of his predecessor and friend. Toshinori simply approached the broken-down adolescent, wrapping his arms around him. "I know it's tough, kid, but this isn't my fight anymore. It's yours. All you can do is protect one person at a time. Just don't forget to cherish your own life as well. You're our hopes, Izuku Midoriya. All for one may be gone now, but that doesn't mean villainy is, so long as the sins of humanity flourish and get the better of us." Izuku couldn't help but let out all of his sorrows in the form of tears onto All Might's torso. Toshinori patted his back before subtly transforming into someone else. "Chin up, kid. You're not dead yet." That voice. It wasn't familiar to Izuku. He paused the waterworks before letting go. He looked up at who the voice came from. A tall, bald man. Another holder of One for All? So you're the young man who took on as number 7. Is that right? I see you're in quite the pickle, facing a foe far beyond yourself. Well then, guess you'll have to push past your limits, huh? My name's Diagoro Banjo, otherwise known as the fifth user of One For All. Izuku wiped the tears from his eyes, listening to what this stranger had to say. Diagoro Banjo, it's nice to meet you. Yeah, I'm the seventh, and yeah, I'm in quite the bind. We're gonna have to speed this up. You don't have much time before that rapscallion makes mincemeat out of that kid you're protecting. What I'm about to bestow upon you is my quirk, Black Whip. I won't go into too much detail, but it should be enough for you to face this mighty foe. Use it and win, young man. Midoriya woke up with Koda next to him, gasping for air. Koda's eyes were filled with tears and surprise. Izuku hadn't yet caught up with reality and was wondering what was happening. He looked down to see that his body was wrapped up in black, mystical wiring swirling around him. Black Whip surrounded Izuku, forcing his limbs back into place. The pain was excruciating. He began yelling as Black Whip tightened itself, forcing bones to snap back in place and forced joints to face the right way. Soon the pain stopped and Muscular laughed maniacally.
You woke up and are just now feeling the damage I've done to you, hero. Ha! What a laugh. Yes, please scream more. It only fuels my want to slaughter the likes of you. I hope you're ready for round 2.
Izuku's body knit itself back to normal, but only because of Black Whip keeping his body that way. Izuku stood back up slowly. It was as if there was nothing out of place or broken, and his body felt easy enough to move. Muscular grew a smile only a deranged mother could love. He leaped off the floor, leaving behind a shockwave, blowing Koda back against the wall. The borderline meatball dive bombed from the air to land on Izuku. However, the determined hero leaped out of the way, letting Muscular create a crater. He prepared himself for the blonde's next upcoming attack. However, much to Izuku's dismay, he charged the other direction towards Koda. He slapped the kid, his entire hand big enough to hit his whole body from the point of impact at once, and he flew into the rubble. Blood dripped from the child, drooling onto the floor, creating a puddle. Midoriya stood there in disbelief. Tears rolled out from his eyelids. He began walking towards the kid while Muscular laughed and charged at Koda again. Lightning from One For All rushed out of Izuku's eyes, and in an instant he appeared in the air in front of Muscular. He hooked his foot around the back of the crazed villain's neck, slamming him to the floor with a kick. Muscular spat out blood and Izuku grappled his torso.
How the hell did you get stronger all of a sudden?
Muscular's body mass increased once again, with the slivers of muscle fibers wrapping around his body. Izuku followed up with a barrage of combo attacks. Thanks to Black Whip wrapping itself around Izuku's broken fingers, his punches had an extra oomph about them. This dissipated the newly acquired muscle fibers that Muscular was trying to accumulate. The crazed killer bled behind his teeth as he smirked. He cut Midoriya's combos short by grabbing his arm and twisting it. However, it wouldn't budge due to Black Whip. Izuku merely cranked everything to 100%, and roundhouse kicked the bastard in his cranium. The sound of bone cracking under the pressure roared off a mountainside. Even the crazed villain's slivers of flesh protection remained powerless to Izuku's mighty roundhouse. Muscular flew into the mountain and bounced off the rocky surface of the cliffside. Izuku gave no time for rest and punched into his stupidly oversized pectoral muscles, his fists flying through the flesh just before hitting the skin, and slammed Muscular to the ground. Izuku screamed in rage, his body pumped full of adrenaline, and the 100% of All For One coursing through his body broke him more and more as he continued brutalizing Muscular in the most unheroic methods possible. The blood-soaked child finished by kicking straight through his abs and out his back before stomping him to the ground. What followed was unbalanced and wild breaths of air coming from Izuku. He stepped back from the dead villain. His upper body went limp as he screamed to the sky. His legs shook with great tenacity, as if they were about to give way. Koda slowly regained his consciousness, slowly lifting himself off the floor, and raising his head to face his hero, standing tall before him. There were no fatal injuries on Koda, only some blood loss from a scrape to the head and a twisted up arm. He slowly stood up and limped his way over to his hero, hugging him silently. A few minutes passed. Koda was sitting on the floor, giving the barely conscious Izuku time to recover. Black Whip was still holding Midoriya together, forcing his skeleton into place. He was still pumped full of adrenaline, but at least he got his breathing under control. It helped that Black Whip held his broken ribs together, keeping them away from his lungs. We need to go back, Koda. Izuku's words were slurred, panting in between as few syllables as he could. His jaw may be forced back into place, but it still hurt to talk. He walked over to the child and picked him up.
But you're so badly hurt.
Koda shed tears for his hero. He didn't know what to say or how to thank him. All he could think about is his health, the bad condition he was in, heartbreaking to the young child. That doesn't matter right now, Koda. We need to get you to safety, and Bakugo's in trouble. Koda thought back to the blonde kid who had talked to him before. He's also Izuku's friend, so he's also important.
If he's in trouble, you can't save him, dummy. Look at yourself.
Izuku ignored the young man and rushed back to the camp at 40%, carrying Koda with him. He couldn't risk damaging his body further at 100. His head went wandering, the reality of what happened back there not quite catching up to Izuku. Today I saved a life, but I ended one as well. A few minutes ago, back in the main building when the attack started, Aizawa tells Vlad King to keep the remedial students safe and to call the authorities. He makes his way outside where waiting for him is a blast of fire. Aizawa barely managed to leap out of the way in time. However, the fire still simmered Eraser's forearm. Wow, boss was right. You are cool. Shigaraki comes out chuckling under his breath from behind.
See? I told you he was cool.
Dabi shrugged, his stapled mouth twisted into a sly smirk. I just had to see it for myself was all, boss. Shigaraki turned to Aizawa.
How's your elbow from USJ, Eraser?
Aizawa used his binding cloth to hit the two villains' heads together. Aizawa then hits both of them with his knees.
Bad move.
Shigaraki had his hand clasped around Eraser's knee, decaying it. Eraser immediately activated his quirk on him, keeping the decay from spreading further. The clone of the Chap villain leader melted, and its usefulness faltered when Eraser rid itself from the quirk. The real Shigaraki stood by the entrance and touched the building. It started to crumble. Aizawa turns to the building, in shock at what's happening, as behind him, Dabi shoots a blast of fire. Aizawa jumped out of the way, managing to evade. He looks at the villain which blocked his quirk and attacked Dabi. His fist flew through Dabi's head like butter, however, and the rest of the blue flame conjurer melted into a goop shortly after.
Wrong again, Eraser.
The building continued to crumble and the students in it fall to the ground. Aizawa follows the footprints of the clones towards where Twice and Dabi were hiding. Dabi noticed Aizawa approaching and shot fire at him. Aizawa evades with an aerial flip off a tree. Twice was slow to react to Eraser and stared into his eyes. The clones fell into nothing but schlop. This set off alarms for Eraserhead. So you're the one doing that, huh? Aizawa approached closer to Twice, hitting him over the head, knocking him out before he could react. Back at the building, Vlad King gets up as the students are recovering from falling from a second story. He sees Shigaraki, the real one, and attacks him. Shigaraki manages to evade and uses his decay quirk on Vlad King, breaking his support gear, then making his way to Vlad King's arm. Shigaraki smiled as Vlad King screamed from the pain of his arm crumbling. Blood flowed down from the decapitating arm of Vlad King. He used this opportunity to shoot his blood out and solidify it, encapsulating most of Shigaraki's body with it. The villain's chapped lips curled into a crooked smile. He collapsed all 5 fingers on the solid blood, causing it to decay from existence, freeing himself. Shigaraki makes his way towards Vlad King and crouches, touching Vlad and siphoned off his quirk.
Now that I have your quirk, I have no use for you. It's time for you to drop dead now.
Shigaraki started at the foot. The decay spread slowly. The toes died before breaking off. It was as if there was no liquid in his body to support his appendages. The decay kept on climbing its way up towards Vlad. All he could do was scream in silence as his innards sprawled on the floor before turning to dust. His head was the last thing to go, and by then he was far gone already. Shigaraki then makes his way to the remedial students, and others that went to the main building to seek refuge. Manama stood there in utter silence and disbelief of the death of his teacher. Tears riled up before rage took over.
Sensei!
In another location, Todoroki and Sero are having trouble fighting Moonfish. Sero is holding a Class B student who passed out, while Todoroki tries to fight Moonfish using a combination of his ice and fire. Moonfish just breaks the ice, and the steel teeth absorb the heat. Todoroki throws a huge iceberg to block the path. Run. There's only one way I can think of beating him. and I need everybody else at a safe distance. Sero grudgingly makes a break for it, doing what he's told as he swings between the tree branches with his tape. He was en route to the main building. Moonfish makes his way through the ice, but once he gets through it, he is met by a hot flash, knocking him into the air and slamming him into a tree. Katsuki Bakugo was on the other end of that bright shockwave, smirking as if he was egging for a real fight. Todoroki simply stared at the atomic blonde before smiling. Guess you are the rambunctious sort. Glad to have you here, Bakugo. Bakugo held in his hands miniature sparks of eruptions blasting from his palm.
Can it, Icy Hot? I'm only rambunctious when I feel like it. Now time to take out this ridiculous bastard!
Midoriya dashes through the forest at sound-shattering speeds. Koda held on to Izuku, gripping whatever fabric or skin he could as tears were forced from his glands from the wind pressure. The Emerald Speed Demon bounced from tree to tree as leverage to blast forward, committing what he learned from the rescue training into real action.
Are you holding up all right, Koda?
The child clenched every muscle in his being, committing every ounce of power in his body to gripping strength, holding on to dear life.
I'm fine.
Suddenly, a shadow-cloaked hand pierced through the trees, attempting to grab at Midoriya. Izuku barely reacted fast enough, and leaped over the thick tree leaves to evade the ambush. From the darkness within the woods, there was an even deeper abyss dwelling inside, equipped with a body. A deep growl rumbled some crows from the trees as Izuku was still staring down from above. The same shadow hand exposed itself, and at the base of the arm, Tokoyami's beak could be seen, sprouting out from dark shadow.
Is that Tokoyami?
Midoriya eventually came to the conclusion that the edgy bird boy lost control of his quirk. He needed light to counteract this attack from a fellow student.
Get away, Midoriya!
As Izuku began descending, on his way down he noticed Shoji. He landed roughly, landing on tree stems on the way down. When he approached the ground, he made sure to fall on his back to protect Koda. He coughed upon landing. The impact was a bit too much. Luckily, Black Whip assisted in softening the blow. Midoriya stood up slowly. Koda was doing just fine. When he regained himself, he approached Shoji. He hid in the bushes, keeping incognito from Tokoyami.
Midoriya, what are you doing here?
Shoji notices Koda in Midoriya's arms, followed by his wounds.
Holy crap, you don't look so good. And isn't that Mandalay's cousin?
Yes, it is.
I'm fine. Anyway, is that Dark Shadow?
Shoji nodded, affirming Izuku's worries. Midoriya hands Koda over to Shoji.
Koda's the only civilian I know of out here. We have to keep him safe. Look, I'm gonna guide Dark Shadow over to the fire. That should weaken him enough for Tokoyami to be able to retake himself.
Dark Shadow starts moving towards them as the trees are getting knocked down.
Go, now! Keep him safe!
Koda looked towards his hero while encapsulated in Shoji's Dupla arms.
You'll be okay, right? Don't worry about me. Everything's gonna be fine.
Midoriya thought back to All Might, and what example he set for Izuku just before he died. A smile formed on the young pillar's face.
'Cause I'm here to keep everyone safe.
Good luck, Midoriya. Shoji rushed away to take the child to safety, thinking back just now and noticed how much like All Might Izuku sounded. Midoriya stood his ground before the abyssal body before him. He stood before Dark Shadow, waiting for the chase to commence. Dark Shadow broke down the tree right in front of Izuku when suddenly a giant explosion went off. Dark Shadow turns towards the echoes of the bombastic noise, rushing towards it.
What was that? I don't have time to think about it. I have to go take care of Dark Shadow.
Izuku rushed through the trees. What followed was a cluster of darkness knocking down trees as it chased after the young pillar. Meanwhile, Todoroki struggled to stand back up from this ongoing battle. He glanced over at Sero and the Class B student. The strength of the explosion took both of them down.
Sero, are you okay?
Todoroki gazed past his iceberg. Moonfish was caught in the middle. He mumbled the word flesh over and over, even at the brink of consciousness.
At least he's taken care of.
Todoroki grasped his shoulder, an injury he acquired from the battle with the razor-toothed villain. He meandered his way to his unconscious companions before the elongated teeth made their move once again, slicing up the area Todoroki was in. Luckily, the hero in training was able to react in time. The teeth did little more but scratch up some extra ice towers he conjured. The homicidal maniac elevated his damaged body above the ground by using his teeth as stilts. His voice crawled out of his mouth, as if his mouth was full.
Flesh, flesh, flesh. You will pay with your flesh. This hurts, this hurts, this hurts, this hurts.
His teeth stomped on the ground like a toddler throwing a fit. He complained and whined about the pain of his injuries like a child. His head snapped into many different directions, his neck crackling with each change in direction. He kept repeating himself before his head snapped back toward the direction of the hero. Suddenly, the spastic nature of the villain ground to a halt. All of his noises and movements paused for a while before speaking again in an ominous tone. Todoroki couldn't help but watch in horror of this psychopath as he mumbled on and on about flesh. Suddenly more teeth went to slash at the ice towers that were barricading Todoroki and the unconscious students. The noise of razor-sharp fangs grinding against ice was enough to make the young student cringe under his teeth. He couldn't do anything in this situation except constantly reinforce the ice. He couldn't use his fire quirk either, or else the towers would give way easily. This turned into a battle of endurance, and Todoroki was on the losing end. That's when the explosion occurred. Bakugo's explosion sent Moonfish flying into a few trees. The explosive teen put on a maniacal smile at the freak before him. Miniature combustion set off in the palm of the young man's hands. He planted his fists together, putting off a threatening stance.
This freak giving you trouble, Icy Hot! Katsuki Bakugo.
It was a sight to behold. To see Bakugo take that guy down with little effort wasn't anything but grandiose. However, the sigh of relief was short-lived. Even an impact shot like that wasn't enough to keep Moonfish at bay for long. His mouth jolted his body as the teeth sprung out to attack Katsuki. However, Bakugo's finesse was a bit faster than his sneak attack. He launched himself upward using his explosions as vantage points, bouncing with each blast. He smoke-screened Moonfish before blasting behind him, and aimed to his back, letting off another blast. This launched Moonfish forward, but his teeth bent behind himself and shot back at Katsuki, not leaving the boy unscathed. Cuts and stab wounds littered Bakugo's body.
You damn freak!
The barrage of teeth kept advancing at Katsuki, who was doing his best to evade the tines flourishing at him with every fiber in his being. Todoroki was still in his bind as well. Just because Katsuki joined in doesn't mean Moonfish forgot about the boy protecting the unconscious ones. The prongs attacked from both ends violently and without any sign of holding back. They were both in trouble now. A sharp rustling of floor whispered in the villain's ears. Rumbling occurred as well, fast rumbling, and with each step it grew louder and louder. The loud creaks of tumbling trees also grew more apparent. The villain turned his head to face the general direction of the noise. What he saw was rustling in the bushes. Shortly after, Midoriya leaped out from the bushes, socking the Gnasher right in the jaw. He landed on the other side of him, sliding across the floor.
Midoriya? Deku!
Midoriya scooped out the situation he caught himself in the middle of. Moonfish was still recovering from the blow. Some of his hit teeth even cracked under Izuku's fist. The black whip-cloaked hero kept looking around. He noticed Sero and the Class B student. He rushed behind the ice towers to find cover, paying no mind to Moonfish outside his bombastic entrance. He picked up the Class B student, Kosei Tsuburaba.
Todoroki, grab Sero, we have to get out of the way, now!
Todoroki choked up from this sudden change in mood. He followed Midoriya's lead and they quickly moved the two students out of the way. Bakugo followed as well, still trying to figure out what Midoriya was doing here. Though the unsettling rumble shook Katsuki to his core, and he rushed to follow the other two. Moonfish recovered shortly after, and faced towards where the loud noise was emanating from. Todoroki, after gaining some distance from the freak, finally mustered back some common sense and began to ask questions.
What is going on, Midoriya? You'll see.
Dark Shadow then burst onto the scene, grabbing Moonfish with its giant hand. Moonfish sprouted out his gnashers, slashing and stabbing at the abyssal body that had a hold on him. Though, there was no impact or injury that occurred to the monster. Out of rage and desperation, the tooth-bearing psycho lashed out at the beast, swaying its razor's teeth all over. Dark Shadow had had enough. Playtime was over. He began squeezing hard before rampaging through the forest, following the students while the stray-jacket maniac was pushed into every passing log. His body was forced through them, before he inevitably degraded into a barely living thick paste. Once the villain was taken care of, Izuku shouted,
"No!"
Todoroki unleashed his fire, Katsuki his explosions, and they rushed at Dark Shadow, flooding him with light until eventually Tokoyami re-established his bearings, dropping Moonfish on the ground. Dark Shadow was nothing but a scared little shrivel of the monster he once was.
Thank you, friends.
Midoriya gives Tokoyami a helping hand. The crow grabbed his hand and pulled himself off the floor. They all collectively glanced at the mess of a villain which sprawled out on the ground. His straitjacket was torn and blood leaked from his mouth. Most of his teeth were completely torn off, while the others were partially snapped off. Bakugo rolled his shoulder before speaking up.
So what are we gonna do about him?
Izuku faced Katsuki. He began to answer. For now, I need you to head back to the camp. You're the strongest combatant I know. I think there's something going on over there. The rest of us will take these two to safety. Bakugo nodded and rushed off towards the camp, using his explosions as propellers. At the main camp building, Shigaraki meandered creepily towards the students. Kaminari, Mina, Shinso, Monoma, Kirishima, and Sato were the ones present. Monoma fell to his knees. Sensei? Monoma was internally defeated. He couldn't wrap his head around the current situation before him. His teacher had died before his eyes, and his killer seemed too strong to reach. This was an adversity the students likely couldn't survive from. Despite the odds, Shinso was the first to make a move. Hey, you're Shigaraki, right? Why are you here exactly?
Can't believe you haven't heard of me. Well, suppose it doesn't matter now. You're going...
Shigaraki cut himself short. His mind began to phase into static before he stopped moving altogether. Any motor function that worked before had grinded to a halt.
Go away.
Shigaraki turned around and started walking in the opposite direction. Shinso turns to the rest of the students, touching Manoma's shoulder, grabbing onto it lightly. Monoma began to stand up, clenching his kneecaps. He faced towards Shigaraki's back, who was still trapped in a daze.
I bet it was that
Bastard Bakugo who told him we were all here. Who else could get in contact with the League of Villains and expose us? I knew we shouldn't have trusted him. Shinso tightened his grip on the blonde's shoulder. How dare you? Of course we can trust him. He killed their leader and now they want him dead. Don't ever talk about my friend like that. Monoma was astonished by Shinso's vigor and determination for Bakugo. He had no idea they were that close. Now come on, let's get out of here before my quirk wears off. He can kill us all in seconds. Everyone turned tail and ran, except Monoma, that is. He grabbed Kaminari's ankle and charged at the dazed Shigaraki. He built up a ton of electricity before coursing it towards Shigaraki. The strands of lightning shot through the villain's body, causing him to spaz out, but also snapping him out of the brainwashing. Monoma went in for another volt attack, but Shigaraki reacted, bringing his hand out. Blonde Hero was mere inches away from sudden death. Before he could touch the skin on Monoma's face, a flash of light knocked Shigaraki sideways, flipping him into a pile of rubble. Bakugo once again saved the day with his boisterous smile. The pale-skinned malefactor slowly dug himself out of the rubble that the explosion pushed him in. He sighed as he stood up, rubbing the bits of dust and debris from his sable black hoodie. He glanced up towards the oppressor, smiling maniacally when he saw the face of the atomic blonde.
Oh, Bakugo. So nice to see you again. You know, I didn't get to say goodbye last time. This time I'll make sure you're gone for good.
Shigaraki crouched to place his hands on the ground. The earth beneath them all began to decay around him. The decay inched its way towards Bakugo as well as the other students. Monoma yelled out at the villain. His emotions were conflicting from what he had said earlier. Why do you want to kill him so badly? Isn't he a part of your league? The grand evildoer smiled his chapped lips, ripping them further as he chuckled.
Katsuki Bakugo? Part of the league? No, in fact...
Once again, Shigaraki's mind went blank, awaiting orders from Monoma. Bakugo rushed towards Monoma and picked him up, blasting them both away.
How'd you do that?
My quirk allows me to copy up to 4 quirks. It was more of a blessing that Shinso grabbed my shoulder before he booked it with the rest. Bakugo and Monoma both succeeded in escaping from the decay-inducing bastard. Shigaraki was left frozen in place, his hands still touching the ground, causing the dirt to disintegrate until all that was left was a dust cloud and a crater underneath. After some time, he broke out of the brainwashing.
Higanto, are you present?
A pair of glowing white eyes glared out from the darkness of the forest behind Shigaraki.
Yes, master.
Nails tore bits of skin off the corrupted adult as he scratched, completely frustrated with this outcome.
After them.
Back in the middle of the forest, Midoriya, Tokoyami, and Todoroki rushed through the trees. Tokoyami had Dark Shadow carry Moonfish at a safe distance in case he regained consciousness. Their ears rang with the sounds of deep metallic buzzing in the distance, followed by a few screaming students. They nodded at each other before dashing off in the general direction of the sounds. When they advanced closer, the buzzing noise grew louder and louder, and soon the scene came into fruition. A giant Nomu attached with electrical saw blades for hands chased after Yaoyorozu, and a Class B student.
What is up, mortals? It's Miggy Sawdust here with a new video for you. Welcome to part 16 of What If Izuku Got One for All Early. Just wanted to greet you all by just saying, sit back and relax. You're in for a treat. Let's get it. Shifts in the leaves caught Yaoyorozu off guard. She was unsure what it was. Then, out of nowhere, Izuku's shoe came crashing through the Nomu's cheek, dislocating its jaws as it was sent flying. Shortly after this was followed up by Todoroki drawing a pillar of ice to stab through the Nomu's joints, keeping it subdued in between each pillar. Todoroki, I think I got the rest from here. Please take these two and head back to the camp. Got it. Todoroki carries Yaoyorozu on his shoulders. Her muscles gave out due to her low stamina. Awase followed suit, giving Midoriya a nod before running off. Izuku nodded back as he stood before the rampaging but subdued Nomu. In another part of the forest, Aizawa stepped out from behind some trees, limping a bit. His left arm simmered with burnt skin. Behind him are Twice and Dabi, unconscious and tied to a tree using some of Aizawa's binding cloth. They were a lot harder to defeat than I thought they would be. Aizawa kept pushing forward, losing himself in the forest. That was until he saw a few students running away. He chased after them, catching up eventually. What's going on? Tree leaves shuddered with each passing rumbled vibration. Are those footsteps? Shinso glanced over Aizawa. A massive relief rushed down his back. Sir, we're being chased by the League of Villains leader and one of his lackeys, the giant one who's now following us. Where's Vlad King? He was supposed to keep you safe. Manama looks down on the floor as they run away, and a couple of tears come down his face. It was hard to make out that he was crying because they were all running, though the silence in itself was evidence enough to assume the worst. I see. The students and Aizawa keep running. On the way, they cross paths with Todoroki. Upon seeing the giant, he held his wrist as half of his body overflowed with ice. He launched a massive ice attack towards Higantomakia. The entire region around the giant was encapsulated in ice. There were pillars pinning the giant in the air. After the attack was executed, it took Todoroki a moment to catch his breath. New record. After some time, he activated his fire side, balancing out his temperature. He faced the group who were still in awe by his accomplishment. We don't have much time here. It will only block him for a minute at most, so follow me. Aizawa recollected himself as they all began to run. He asked questions. Do you have a plan, Shoto? We're heading to the clearing. Midoriya told us to meet him back there. I'm not sure what he has in store. We were in a hurry. We shouldn't be underestimating the League. They did manage to kill All Might, right? Yeah, they did. I trust Midoriya. I think we can win here. Higantomakia snapped the ice penetrating his body. He took a few deep breaths, recovering from the hypothermia. Master. He resumed his pursuit of the students. In another part of the forest, Tetsu and Kendo managed to vanquish over the villain Mustard. Yeah, we did it! Kendo takes off the mask she had on. Yes, we did. Are you okay, though? I mean, you just got shot in the face. I'm fine. I took plenty of iron this morning. I can keep going for a bit more. Kosei Subarara then rushes out of the bushes, out of breath. Great. I thought I heard your voices. Are you okay, Kosei? Just fine. Just out of breath a bit. Kosei looks around, noticing Mustard on the floor. What happened here? We were awesome, just like Class 1A. We defeated a villain. Why are you here, Kosei? Oh yeah, I almost forgot. We need your help. Midori is organizing a full frontal assault against the villains. He wants me to get as much help as I can before going back. So, you in? Tetsu and Kendo looked at each other for a moment. Yes, we are. What do you need? Kosei, Tetsu, and Kendo then run back to the clearing. In a different part of the forest, Ochako and Suyu were making advances against Toga. Oh, goody! New friends. She hid her lips behind her over-length sweater sleeves. You guys are too cute. Toga charges at Uraraka, drawing out a knife while flipping it between her fingers. Her movements were unpredictable and had plenty of finesse to boot. Her physique was small as well, empowering her agile way of fighting. She sliced at Ochako's limbs. Luckily, with her training from Gunhead, Ochako outmaneuvered her opponent and even pinned her to the floor, subduing her. You have some nice moves, Ochako. I see you're very determined here. Is it because you like someone? Uraraka blushes and loses her composure. Toga uses the opportunity and frees herself. She grabs another knife and charges at Tsuyu, wanting to stab her. Come on, let's see some blood. You'll look really cute. Sero comes into the forest and sees what's happening. He reacts by shooting tape and taking the knife away from Toga. What's exactly going on here? Sero? Toga turned to Sero and charged using her syringe. Sero stumbles back as she charges him, not knowing what to do. Oh, goody, a new friend. Let's see some of that blood. Tsuyu shoots out her tongue, grabbing onto Toga's arm. She looks back at her in surprise. Oh, right. I can't neglect you guys. Toga cuts Tsuyu's tongue and charges at them. Uraraka gained her composure, charging back. We're done here. Toga reacts. She grabs her syringe and tries to stab Uraraka. Uraraka grabs Toga's arm and shirt, using herself as a pivot, and throws Toga against a tree. Sero, now! Sero stutters for a moment since he doesn't know what Uraraka wants him to do. Use your tape. Oh, all right. Sero then uses his tape to trap Toga against the tree. She tries to struggle out of it. Let me out. I want more blood. Sero then hits Toga over the head, knocking her unconscious. You've caused enough trouble. Uraraka helps Tsuyu up. Are you okay, Sue? Tsuyu can't stand on her own and needs Uraraka to hold her.
Just a bit hurt. Can't stand too much. I think she cut one of my legs.
Uraraka turns to Sero. Thanks for helping out, but why are you here?
Oh, right. Midoriya came up with a plan to defeat the villains.
Midoriya did? But why are you here?
Well, I was supposed to go get help to fight them.
Tsuyu, do you think you can go?
No, Ribbit, but I think you should. Leave me here, I'll be fine. You go help.
Are you sure?
Yes, Ribbit.
Uraraka finds a satisfying location to hide Asui. She and Sero then return to the clearing. The 3 Class B students, Tetsu, Kendo, and Kosei, arrive at the clearing. After them, the next group to arrive is Uraraka and Sero.
Where are the rest?
We don't know, we just got here. Todoroki and the remedial students then come running.
What's going on?
He's after us. Who? A rumbling is heard in the woods as a giant starts making his way towards them.
Oh, crap!
The students that were gathered start running as well. As they do, a small, dim light shines from inside the forest. Izuku flourished in front of the group. His outfit was still torn and Blackwhip was still holding his body structure in place. A flash of light followed behind him as he zipped past the group. He smashed Higantomakia, making him stumble back. Is that Midoriya?
Ha! You bet!
How much power does he have? Midoriya lands on the ground after the attack, and the students gather around him. That was amazing, Deku! Midoriya blushes a bit. Oh, thanks, but wasn't much. Yaoyorozu uses her quirk. The remaining lipids she had in her body were siphoned. This is for you guys. She pulled a couple of gauntlets out of a bag and handed them to Bakugo. They were smaller than his regular version, but still just as effective. As he seized them, a huge grin formed on his face. She also grabbed some binding cloth, a metal mask, and some smaller items, handing them to Shinso. Yaoyorozu ran out of energy. She couldn't make any more support items for her classmates. The students put on the support gear that she had just made and got ready. Higantomakia pushed himself up from the floor. He grabbed a tree by the base of its log and charged at Izuku, swinging the entire tree at him. Izuku had mere moments to block. He raised his forearms as the tree made impact. Once again, the bones in his forearms fractured. It launched him far, but he was caught by Todoroki, conjuring an ice ramp for him to slide down. As he slid down, he prepared his full cowling, Black Whip once again having to reinforce his forearms from the tree attack.
One for all, 80% full cowling!
Midoriya jumps back into the air, going at extreme speeds, and Higantomachia's fist is met by Midoriya, creating a huge shockwave. Midoriya started falling towards the ground, and as Higantomachia prepared for another attack, Bakugo used his explosions and jumped into the air, blasting Higanto in the face, making him stumble. Midoriya fell, and Black Whip untangled itself around Izuku's body and snapped straight towards some trees, catching Izuku, whose body went limp from his bones, displacing for the time that Black Whip was unraveled from his body. When the falling grinded to a halt, Black Whip reattached itself to Izuku, reinforcing his body back into a stable state. Izuku took a deep breath. The pain that ran through his entire body was otherworldly. He coughed up blood on the floor when Black Whip dropped him, and reinforced itself on his body. It rebound all his limbs to face the right direction. Fractures of bone laid in the puddle of blood as he got back up. Higantomachia stood there waiting for him. He went to slap Izuku, but the young hero pushed back with all of his might, his feet dragging against the dirt. Izuku hugged the giant's index finger and flipped over it, twisting the finger backwards. He roared in pain as he grasped his hand.
Master!
Izuku leaped up, sending an omnidirectional shockwave out from his takeoff. He aimed his fingers at the wound Todoroki made before and flicked a dense air bullet to the injury.
One for all, 90% Delaware Air Force flick!
Midoriya lands on the ground and Todoroki freezes Higanto's feet. Uraraka then touches Izuku. He begins to float and propels himself to the sky, rocketing into the air once more.
One for all, Colorado Crush!
His fist slammed down on the top of Higanto's cranium. His upper spine snapped in half. He fell forward with little to no resistance, crashing down with a shockwave. Izuku landed shortly after. His appendages were a dark purple from his broken bones and bruised muscles. Black Whip was the only thing holding his body together at this moment.
Are you alright, Deku? Your whole body looks like crap right now.
I'm fine, thanks. Trees and flora surrounding the group of students began disintegrating into dust after some time.
Well, well, well. What do we have here? My best friends, all in one place.
Shigaraki raises his hand at them and points at Midoriya.
I think it's time you died, don't you?
The trees and the ground surrounding the students decayed faster and faster as Shigaraki approached them.
Oh, good, you're all together. Now I don't have to go looking for each of you.
The students gazed at the indomitable force before them. Midoriya stepped up from the rest of the group. He gave a determined look on his face, but there was plenty of fear behind that determination.
Why so smug, Izuku Midoriya?
Wouldn't say I'm smug. What I do know is I'm done with you hurting those I care for.
So confident. I guess pride does come before the fall. Well, if you're so confident.
Shigaraki touches the communicator he's wearing on his ear.
Girigiri, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Teleport us then, where we discussed.
A massive portal opened, swallowing up the group. The UA students and Tomura warped to Kamina Ward. All that surrounded them were abandoned buildings and rubble.
Do you still feel so confident, even when there's civilians and collateral damage to worry about?
Shigaraki smiled creepily. He raised his arms as if praising all the work he's done just for this grand moment.
Now would be the time to beg for your lives, heroes. Kurogiri, let's move to the next bit of our plan.
A portal opened up behind Shigaraki. High-end Nomu crept from beyond the abyss.
Do you recognize this place, Izuku Midoriya? Katsuki Bakugo? We are where you killed my master. And now, it's where you'll meet your end.
Shigaraki kneeled,
His hand placed itself on the ground, and the surrounding buildings started crumbling away. Aizawa and the students readied themselves for the upcoming conflict. Aizawa couldn't react before Midoriya rushed into the herd of malice. His aim was dead set on Shigaraki. He raised his fist, going in for a full frontal smash.
I won't let you get away with hurting anyone else!
The attack was short-lived. When the dust cloud that Izuku caused dispersed, Anomu blocked the smash attack with little effort. It did no more than flex its arm, absorbing the shock damage. In the crowd of students, Aizawa reached in for his phone and made a call to an emergency hotline. There's currently an attack in Kamino Ward near the abandoned factories. It's an emergency. The League of Villains are attacking students at the epicenter. Copy that. We'll be sending reinforcements as soon as we can. The Nomu's 4 different mouths formed simultaneously to a grin. Its forearm thickened with muscles as it absorbed Izuku's attacks. It brought back a mighty swing and returned the force at Izuku. The wind launched him with a shockwave as the Nomu's muscles shrank back to normal. In midair, before Izuku could even make an impact with anything, the Nomu grabbed his face.
That's speed!
The deformed creature grew a pair of wings with its 4 arms. They both floated in the air while the tight grip on Izuku's face kept him subdued. Its grip tightened the skin along his face. Izuku hardly struggled. In fact, he was limp. His body pushed to its breaking point a long time ago. Perhaps this was it. As the abyss that dwelled within Izuku's exhausted mind grew more and more potent, a bright light outshined in the darkness. The barrage of attacks blasted the Nomu on both ends with Todoroki's fire and Bakugo's explosions. It was too bright, even for Izuku. He had to shield his eyes as the arm of the Nomu began melting, just enough for Izuku to push the hand off of him before it regenerated again.
Get your ass into gear, you damn nerd!
The Nomu didn't lose its focus. However, it received direct orders from its master to specifically target the future's pillar. The Nomu didn't lose its focus. However, it received direct orders from its master to specifically target the future's pillar. Izuku's spine tingled, and his face regained its determination. Katsuki's words lit a fire in his belly once again. Izuku redirected himself in midair. Half of his body disfigured as Black Whip undid itself and stuck to a building. Izuku landed where the edge of Black Whip attached itself and tore a chunk off the building by jumping off of it. With the building's chunk still attached, Izuku flung it around like a chain weight, slamming it right into the Nomu. Izuku rebonded his body with Black Whip, re-establishing himself before flicking a small but intense airwave at the bits of Nomu. Upon this, the chunks of mutated flesh shot out at the crowd of mutants like bullets. All that was left was a cloud of blood and Swiss cheese Nomus. Some didn't survive the assault, while others were recovering or absorbed the damage. The entire class was more than pumped. The life bled back into their being, almost forgetting about how genuinely devastating the situation was. They all leapt up with a look of victory in their eyes, as the fighting spirit filled their psyche. They charged forward without hesitation. Meanwhile, Izuku's situation contrasted with his classmates. It came off grimmer. Izuku was too busy forcing Black Whip to force his appendages to snap back in the right direction before acting again. The force his fingers had to recoil with the flick from before snapped it out of place once again.
I feel like a puppet. I hate this.
There was no pain for Izuku, either from damaged nerves or running off of adrenaline. There was no telling which was the greater truth. The only sure thing was that this needed to end, soon. A sharp pain instantly fluttered flatly across his cheek, the pain conjured by Todoroki's hand.
Idiot. Are you trying to get yourself killed? You're not All Might. Stop trying to be like him and rely on us more.
Izuku rubbed the red mark left behind on his cheek, staring at his classmates, speechless. Todoroki clenched his fist.
I went along with your plan back in the forest because I thought you had an idea of how you could utilize us as a team. If I knew you were going to be this dense, I wouldn't have followed you a step further back there.
He rotated to the side,
presenting how hard everyone was fighting at defeating the Nomus. Izuku was so caught up in his battle he didn't even realize. This is what your classmates, no, your friends are capable of, Izuku. We're here for you just as much as you're here for us. I know you may be hurting right now, but that's because ever since the villain showed up, you've been acting on your own, not asking for help in the slightest. Now look at you. Looks like your quirk had to evolve to force your body into a fighting condition. I'd bet you crumple to the ground without it right now. Todoroki gasped and jumped a bit when he felt Bakugo's hand grasp his shoulder. That's enough, man. I'll take it from here. Help the others. Todoroki took a breather before nodding and headed off to the war zone. Katsuki crouched next to his battered-up childhood friend. You're one damn crazy nerd, you know that? Izuku sat in silence, just waiting to hear what lecture Bakugo possibly had for him. It was rare for him to lecture people without raising his voice or throwing his fists around. Back when I joined the League for that short amount of time, I learned quite a few things about myself. Mainly the ugliness inside of me. I felt at home when I was with them, even though I couldn't exactly trust them. That's the thing. The fact that I felt at home over there made me realize just how far from the hero world I was. I feel like I see that in you right now, Deku. No. Izuku. I know your inner repulsiveness, so trust me when I say that you need to relax and think about what a hero means. To me, it used to mean being the strongest out there. Though with power comes a great amount of duty and ownership. You were All Might's student. What would he say if he saw you like this? Izuku looked down. He already knew all too well what All Might would say. If only I were still alive. You wouldn't have to suffer like this. That's not what the young pillar wanted to hear from his predecessor. Izuku only wanted to prove that he could tackle the mantle on his own. That it only brought him to where he was now, just a shell of the aspirations he once had. Bakugo faced All Might's poser. So, you think you can equal up to the experience and power he had? Sure, you may be a badass, but I don't think you're on All Might's level. All Might would have already wiped the floor with these guys back in his prime. And you're not in your prime yet, nerd. And it would be a damn shame to watch you die here before you got to do any actual saving. So stand up, you nerd. I'm sick of looking at you from your shadow as you walk further away from your goals. If you won't start acting like a hero, start acting like a teammate. And most importantly, start acting like a friend. Then you're the one who's going to have to get sick of watching from my shadow, because I'll be doing all that for you. If I see you taking on all your burdens again, then I'll have to beat some sense into you. Damn nerd, stand up and be a hero already! Bakugo blasted off into the battlefield. He dive-bombed into the crowd with a massive explosion. The wind from the explosion waved against Izuku's hair before he leaned back against the wall, staring into space. You have some cool friends, you know that? Izuku gazed at the figure, unsure of who she was. Who are you? She smiled softly, crossing her arms. Let's just say I'm a friend of a friend. You can call me Nana. The acid ate away at the skin of some Nomu, the handiwork of Mina Ashido. And a giant hand smashes into another, throwing them back a bit. The three high-ends that finish at this point step out, and one goes straight for the students, the other two staying by Shigaraki's side as he watches, keeping a lookout for Izuku. Todoroki froze over one of the Nomu, and turned to see the two high-ends. He stepped forward as a slippery layer of ice glazed across the ground. Once the ice made contact with the high-ends, it climbed up their legs, encapsulating their bodies. That should hold them. That should keep them at bay for a bit. The ice solidifies and dehydrates around their bodies, forming into dry ice. They crack into chunks before falling to the ground. However, those chunks begin to liquefy and reconnect themselves, leaving behind only hollowed ice and full Nomus. Todoroki watched as they did so, genuinely annoyed by this predicament. Damn it! That wasn't enough time at all. Todoroki approached them. However, one of them vanished from sight before the high-tier mutant shot at the student. Aizawa leapt in at the last possible moment, taking in the attack for Shoto. Aizawa landed on the ground with a resounding thump. The immense and indomitable bioengineered humans went in Aizawa's face, breaking his goggles and threw him into a wall. Shinso and Bakugo noticed this.
Sensei!
Bakugo jumped in, landing blows on the thick-skinned brain, lit with an explosion and knocking it away. Ochako just finished dropping Nomu from great heights by holding her quirk. When she recovered herself from the vomiting, she gazed up at Shoto. Todoroki, look out! Todoroki maneuvered out of the way, and a Nomu fell on top of another one of its kin that was about to attack him. In the distance, Shigaraki smiled as the students slowly but surely were forced to retreat from the overwhelming number of opponents.
I think it's time to get started. Finally.
Shigaraki started moving out to prepare his attack. However, Kosei used his solid air and trapped Shigaraki in a solid, invisible box. Tatsutetsu and Kendo managed to beat a Nomu, and threw it while Tokoyami and Tsuyu managed to take another one down. After some time, Shigaraki noticed that the numbers were dwindling. He stood patiently inside his invisible isolation, with little to no stress on his face, which worried Kosei. He's probably up to something.
Kurogiri, send in the rest.
Like a sunset, the light that once flooded the atmosphere dwindled by every creeping second. The portal that appeared was more sizable than the last. Kurogiri comes out of the portal as well. The doctor says that those are the last of the Nomu. Do you want to retreat and leave them to fight?
No, that would be a waste. How about you free me from this prison and we join the fun?
Very well, then. But what prison are you referring to?
One of those brats used his quirk on me and made some sort of air prison. I can't seem to decay it.
Kurogiri merely summoned a portal from underneath his master. It sucked him up, and he popped out from the portal that the Nomu emitted from. His smile took on a wicked demeanor. He never felt more in control of the situation. Back in the decrepit building that Izuku found solace within, his refuge was rearing him away from the dangers, if only for enough time to lick his more immediate wounds. His eyes fluttered shut and opened once again, struggling to stay awake. Before he could drift off into his dreamscape, Nana grabbed his chin and slapped him playfully. Hey kid, you gotta stay with me. I know your body's going through a lot right now, but we need to talk before I let you go. Izuku did little more than nod. His dislocated jaw made the pain too difficult to move his facial muscles. Nana knelt in front of the broken boy. Midoriya, you've been by far the hardest working pillar of the rest of us. I've never seen such an aspiration to push so hard for the ones you love. Now that you're resting, I see now you're probably coming down from your adrenaline. So I won't keep you long. You've earned my respect, gratitude, and, most importantly, you've earned your right next to all the predecessors as a pillar. Please accept my quirk. Without a doubt, it will grant you what you need to succeed in the trials ahead of you. Also, give my grandson a good helping of hero punishment for me. He's done far too much damage than I'd like to admit. She gave a cheerful smile as she slowly removed her glove. Nana slipped it off from her fingers. She reached out towards Izuku's battered torso, caressing it gently before pushing inside of the young man before her. A shimmering light gleamed from the area, and the young boy's eyes had life breathing through his irises once more. When he came to, Ochako was the one crouched before him, with tears swelling up in her eyes. She had a genuine look of worry for him. Perhaps it was Blackwhip from before, but no one could tell what kind of condition he was actually in. Amazingly, he was alive even now. Deku, wake up. She gently grasped his dislocated shoulder, trying not to damage him further while barely shaking him. Izuku utilized Blackwhip to control his other arm, lifting it to gently pat Ochako on the back of her hand. She wielded up some courage to hug him gently, making sure not to injure him further. She leaned him forward to keep his body off the cold, hard concrete wall, and adjusted him on her lap, a much softer surface. She rustled her hand through his hair. Everyone's fighting hard out there, She chuckled as she wiped the stream of tears from her cheek. She held up 3 fingers and smiled, giggling a bit. I got 3 of them earlier. Right now, Bakugo and Todoroki are going berserk on them. It's amusing to watch, though, honestly, I think we're in a losing battle here. She once again jolted her emotions back down into a defeated state, crying once again. I'm scared, Izuku. I'm scared of how we'll turn out. I'll never be able to make enough money for my parents, because I'll be gone before then. I'm scared for the rest of us, too. I mean, look at yourself. If it weren't for the awesome quirk you have, you'd be completely immobile or maybe even dead. I can't stand it anymore, Deku. Seeing all of us suffer like this. Seeing you suffer like this. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be annoying. Just thought having someone to vent to could help me cope, even just a little. Izuku lightly smiled as Blackwhip guided his hand to caress her cheek, wiping off the stream of tears once again. It's okay. You don't have to worry anymore. I'll make sure of it. Blackwhip wrapped itself around his entire body once again. His weight shrunk lighter and lighter until nothing was weighing him down, as if his burdens left him as he arose. Thank you, Nana. Ochako. I'll finish this soon. Are you going back out there and be reckless again? Ochako held him by the wrist, refusing to let go of what precious hope she had left. Izuku rotated his head just a little over his shoulder and smiled. She loosened her grip after he gently held her wrist. Izuku loosened his grip from her one more time before he zipped away, leaving behind a subtle shockwave strong enough to cause a strong airflow on a mildly windy night. Ochako held herself stable and adjusted her hair out of her face, clasping her hands together to pray for her cherished friend to come back safe. The soft blows of wind fluttered Shigaraki's wrinkled hoodie. The moon's light shined down on the world that had elapsed in the abyss of the night sky. The outraging battle he held in the palm of his hand conjured blackouts throughout the town. Block by block, the city went completely dark, revealing the stars above. His chapped lips curved into a wicked smile as he gazed up at the moon. He imagined it crumbling beneath his fingertips until there was no more light left in the world. Shigaraki's fantasies were short-lived as per usual. An annoying, glowing green speck discoursed his picture of a perfect world. Here, that speck was right in front of him, standing tall as usual.
My, you just don't know how to die, do you?
Izuku stood before his adversary once more. Shigaraki took a deep breath before removing father from his face. This won't be like last time. Only one of us is walking away from this. Midoriya acknowledged this hard truth, though Izuku wanted nothing more than to bring this guy behind custody, rather than kill another person. He couldn't make any promises for his goal, however. The rest of the students kept themselves busy with the army. It would have been easier to manage if it weren't for the rogue citizens still trying to escape the area. Zero guided them out of harm's way. Up above, a news chopper showed up to broadcast the situation. Bakugo jumped back, evading the attacks of a mid-tier, and noticed Shinso struggling with another.
How you doing, Shinso?
Fine, my quirk isn't very well suited for these guys.
If you feel you can't do much, help Sarah with the evacuation. We can handle this.
Bakugo's gloves shimmered with red-hot light. He smirked.
Finally.
Bakugo then shot a massive explosion. The heat from the blast instantly melted both of the mid-tiers. Manama, amid his battle, noticed Bakugo's explosion and raced towards the light. His quirk would work wonders just about now. He managed to copy Bakugo's quirk and began to take down as many as possible, and switched to Todoroki's quirk to take down the next. From behind him came another one. It used full force and socked Manama over the head.
He quickly switched to Kirishima's quirk, but a bit too late. The impact sent him flying through a wall, busting his cranium a bit. Kendo and Tetsu found themselves outnumbered and outperformed by the ensemble of enemies before them. They eventually laid in defeat during the battle. The newscopter began to broadcast the fight. This is Christy Shimomura, with live footage of a battle raging on Kamino Ward. We're unsure of exactly how all this began. What we do know is it seems to be UA students, specifically Class 1A from the sports festival. It's unclear who they're fighting, but it doesn't look right. They're big, ugly, and very strong. Is that... Hey, get a close-up on that guy in the hoodie. Is that Tomura Shigaraki? The leader of the League of Villains. This is worse than we thought, folks. It seems one of the students is facing him. Neither of them are moving either. Meanwhile, Tsuyu and Tokoyami were facing off against a bulkier Nomu with hacksaw claws for hands. Tsuyu maneuvered around it with her tongue, leaping from building to building to keep it distracted. She eventually slipped up, and the ravaging mutant's claws sliced Tsuyu's stretched-out tongue. Tokoyami, who was fighting alongside Tsuyu, noticed this and caught her as she fell. The remnants of her tongue fell beside both of them. Tokoyami then began to rampage. Dark Shadow lost control again, with ease, and began to take down one Nomu after another, including the Ravager. Since there was a citywide blackout, there was no calming this storm with the city light. Aoyama was cowering behind debris nearby. He gazed at Dark Shadow, which only scared him more, but Tsuyu was lying helpless on the ground. Aoyama began to stand to grab her, but froze solid. His legs shook and turned to jelly. His chattering teeth made it evident that he wasn't cut out for this. Though, to be a hero, one must break past their limits. Dark Shadow was about to stomp down on the helpless, bleeding Tsuyu before Aoyama shined his remarkable naval beam right into the darkness, calming it. The news chopper continued its broadcast. The only way the news report was getting through was through teenagers and adults watching on their phones. The heroes were called, however, none managed to respond yet. One can't help but recall the events that happened here months ago. On the ground, Midoriya and Shigaraki finally ended their standoff and approached one another. Izuku zoomed past his peripherals, phasing out from his vision, and went for a swift roundhouse from the back. Kurogiri summoned a portal where his foot appeared, and another portal appeared by his head, kicking himself in the face as he spun back off the building and began to fall. A flock of red feathers caught the young boy and raised him back up on the roof. Hawk stood where he dropped the green-haired boy off. The helicopter caught wind of this by one of the scouters in the chopper. "Hey kid, you alright?" Izuku adjusted himself and stood up off the feathers. The bed of feathers realigned themselves back into wings along Hawk's back. Izuku gazed behind him at the number 4 hero and smiled. For as much as he wanted to, this was no time to fanboy. "I'm fine, though I would have been okay if you didn't do that. Thanks, though." Hawks peeked at the kid, and the next thing he knew, the kid was floating off the ground on his own. Izuku winked at Hawks, and the sly, winged hero merely chuckled at the irony. "You sure want to tackle this one on your own, huh? You ain't looking so hot, kid." Izuku nodded and kept up his brave smile. "Call me Deku." Hawks nodded in kind. He smiled after learning the kid's name. He flew off after speaking. "I'll go help the others then. Good luck." Was that? Ladies and gentlemen, it was. You are watching the prodigy of Hero Society, one who has risen to the number 4 spot and is still only 22 years old. Hawks arrived on the scene. On the ground, many students except Bakugo, Todoroki, and Midoriya are down for the count. The situation was dangerous as well. Bakugo and Todoroki kept going around and gathering up their fellow students, evacuating them nearby in a pile to watch over them. Both of them were severely outnumbered, and saying their quirks are overused would be an understatement. That's when Mirio leaped out from underneath the ground, finessing through multiple Nomu. "Power!" Night Eye joined in as well. He easily evaded blows from Nomu,
and he pummeled them with ease using support items and foresight. Gran Torino made his entrance as well, leaping back and forth between the bioengineered monsters like a ricocheting bullet. Heroes began arriving on the scene, including Best Jeanist, Edgeshot, Kamui Woods, Mountain Lady, and others. Bakugo and Todoroki finally had some breathing room, now that most of the herd had focused their assault on the entourage of heroes. Shigaraki turned his head away towards the commotion coming from below. He scratched his neck, tearing away strips of skin upon gazing at the new arrivals.
Looks like I gotta cut my fun short, as always.
Shigaraki snapped his fingers and Kurogiri summoned forth the corpse of Higantomakia. He placed all 5 fingers on the corpse, and all for one absorbed his body while simultaneously decaying it to oblivion. All of Higanto's extravagant powers had transferred to the chapped villain.
You did your best, hero.
Hey, what's up, mortals? It's Miggy Sawdust here with a new video for you. Welcome to part 18 of What If Izuku Got One for All Early. Just wanted to greet you all by just saying, sit back and relax. You're in for a treat. Let's get started.
Kurogiri, I want you to leave with everyone that's here. I want this brat dead, and I want to do it myself.
Kurogiri faced Shigaraki, questioning his choice. But, Shigaraki, are you sure? There won't be anyone to back you up. The malicious tyrant threatened him by raising all 5 of his fingers right in front of Kurogiri's face. Shigaraki didn't even bother facing him when doing so. This left the foggy villain speechless. It shook him to his core.
All you would do is just get in my way, so don't question my leadership ever again.
Kurogiri summoned a massive portal, warping everyone else to a different location. Yes, sir. Shigaraki stood there for a moment before hunching over and coughed up enough blood to fill a tub. The blood began to melt through the rooftop as his body began to dislocate and grow. Muscle fibers broke through his skin as his face formed into something resembling more of a Nomu. Shigaraki took deep breaths to make sure his body was fully adjusted to his new form. Spiky protrusions grew out of his neck and formed into wings. Meanwhile, Bakugo and Shoto arrived. They managed to outmaneuver the portal and slip by. During this grotesque transformation, Izuku smiled at both of his friends before grabbing both of their shoulders with his broken hands, and shared one for all with them. Izuku, Bakugo, and Shoto took a more aggressive battle stance. Midoriya cranked up one for all at full cowling to 90%, while Bakugo and Shoto could only safely work under 30%. Though before he could even react, Shigaraki's hand clasped Izuku's face and flew off with him at high speeds, barely giving the trio any time to react. Izuku was caught off guard, but managed to grab a finger with both hands, keeping it off his face, preventing himself from being disintegrated. He slammed Izuku's head against the pavement as he continued flying before letting him go. He grabbed Izuku by his ankles and flung him straight into another building. Once Shigaraki landed, he turned around only to be approached by Bakugo, leaping at him like a wild beast. The atomic blonde launched a full explosion right at the mutant villain. From within the smoke, Shigaraki's arm swiped out, backhanding Bakugo in the face, sending him into a tree. His back smacked against the wood, causing him to sprawl to the ground, knocking all the wind out of him. Izuku climbed out of the rubble, cocking his fist back. Black Whip tightened its ties around his joints and bones as the output of Izuku's power increased. He threw his punch straight at Shigaraki's direction. A shockwave emitted from his fist, sending debris backward, and the air collapsed in on itself in a line. The air shot through Shigaraki's lung before the wind expanded from the hole, spreading it out as it forced Shigaraki to flip backwards before he latched onto the floor. He forced his body to fight back against the wind pressure, crawling in the opposite direction. Flames emitted from Shoto's left. His flames were sucked in by the rogue winds of Izuku's punch. The monster was caught in the middle of this flame cyclone. His skin began melting off and regenerating over and over. Izuku was breathing heavily as that previous punch pushed his limits, even with the assistance of Black Whip.
His ulna and radius bones in his forearm expanded outwards from each other as they fractured. I'm ending this today, Shigaraki! Shigaraki's crooked smile bled through the flames as he flipped onto the side. Shoto retaliated with pillars of ice. The ice made contact with the deviant, but he easily grabbed the ice. It quickly shattered his skin, but his grip strength outweighed the volume of the ice, crushing it with his bare fist. The rampaging villain took a chunk of sharp ice and stabbed Shoto in his left shoulder. The shard fragment of ice poked at Shoto's heart. He was then kicked aside from the mutant Shigaraki.
All of you are just insects. I feel like a kid playing with a magnifying glass.
Bakugo recovered himself, focusing his explosions, and shot a few AP shots right at Shigaraki. He stood there, tanking the shots. Some of them exploded right on contact, creating a cloud of smoke, while others shot through his skin. The holes left behind regenerated. Shigaraki flew straight up into the air before he dive-bombed straight back down, raising his elbows to his face. When he hit the floor, a massive shockwave occurred, causing the floor within a 1-mile radius to fragmentate. This pushed the three heroes back as the bits of broken floor flew omnidirectionally outward from Shigaraki. As the debris flew, the chunks would make contact with the heroes. Shigaraki rose up from the crater he made.
I hope you can see how pointless all your attempts are. All these wannabe heroes coming out of the woodwork just to die. You three are the prime examples of things I hate. Trying to live up to the name All Might so bad you forget about the dangers of the world. Well, let me reteach you what life is really like under this stupid hero society.
Izuku leapt forward, punching the ground, which caused a small crater while elevating just slightly. Black Whip unwrapped itself partially from a few of Izuku's limbs and wrapped around Shigaraki as Izuku landed on the ground, flipping the giant over his shoulder, tearing open some muscle fibers as he screamed with vigor. He continued the momentum in a circular motion back down through the broken rubble on the other side of him. Shigaraki ricocheted against the floor and slid into the pavement. Izuku didn't stop there. Black Whip re-wrapped around Izuku for support before he twisted Shigaraki's wrist, throwing him into a skyscraper. The unparalleled freak sat there for a bit before rising out of the rubble. Shigaraki sighed before wiping the dust off his shoulders. He was starting to grow annoyed. Shoto kept a hold of the spike of ice impaled into his shoulder. Blood dripped down his torso. Bakugo stood on top of the building that Izuku threw Shigaraki in. He fell headfirst, and as he passed Shigaraki, he launched the biggest explosion he could manage, with the added bonus of One for All, blasting it straight through the building. Shigaraki took all this punishment as Bakugo landed on the floor. As he plummeted, his arm went numb as a few joints fractured.
Ah, damn it! Did I get him?
Izuku threw his fist towards where the explosion occurred. The air pressure trapped the explosion inside, blowing the entire building up. A metal rod launched out, flying by Izuku's face like a lance. A purple-haired kid, indulging himself with a dirty magazine, walked along the rubble. He wasn't paying any attention to his surroundings. He was met with a cruel fate as he turned into a kebab, impaled to the wall behind him. A massive cloud of smoke was all that was left of the building. Izuku was hoping that this was it. The sun finally rose. It had been a long night. He couldn't go on for much longer. Izuku's spine was almost exposed as flesh surrounded it from Shigaraki's initial attack, skidding him across the street at high speeds like that. With Midori in terrible shape, it was unsure even to him if he could continue like this. Shoto was out of commission. If he attempted to melt the ice, it would risk blood loss, and if he didn't melt it fast enough, it would impale his heart. Shoto began pulling out the chunk of ice from his shoulder, yelling in pain as he did so. He immediately started bleeding until he froze the open gash over, preventing blood from spilling out, and put pressure on the gash as well. The silhouette of Shigaraki began to show itself from within the smoke. Their eyes widened. After everything they put him through, Shigaraki was left unscathed. Shigaraki's body deformed even more so. His limbs grew larger, and his bones outgrew his skin, pointing out as spiky protrusions. Izuku couldn't help but feel helpless. Regardless, he couldn't let this thing rampage. He wore a brave face as One For All's lightning started peeking around his body. He then dashed towards Shoto and Bakugo, picking them both up and transported them to a safe distance. Bakugo refused to stay behind. You three have done enough. Typical of Class 1A to be reckless like this, but I'll thank you for it later. Manama gave a smirk to the three of them as Izuku stared at him. Now is not the time for your bullshit, Manama. Can't you see we're on death's door here? We need to figure out a way to stop his regeneration. Manama chuckled a bit. Relax, Midori. I didn't come all the way here to start spouting insult. I did recently lose my teacher, so I want a piece too. What can I do to help? An idea manifested in Izuku. He nodded to Manama. I have a plan, but you're just gonna have to trust me on this. Manama nodded, and the plan commenced. Izuku first siphoned One For All out of Shoto and Bakugo, letting them just rest while he went to finish this once and for all. Next, he took Manama with him, but dropped him off somewhere just out of Shigaraki's line of sight, keeping him hidden. Izuku then slowly approached Shigaraki. His head snapped from right to left as if he lost himself. Izuku began to pick up the pace, and so did Shigaraki. They both clashed in the middle. Deku threw a few mighty kicks at Shigaraki as the villain retaliated with a single punch. When they met, the air pressure was so dense that the light of the sun refracted from the epicenter, blinding everyone in the vicinity as a shockwave passed. When the light came through and readjusted, Izuku laid flat on the floor with Shigaraki's fist against his chest. The force was strong enough to rip Black Whip. It lost all support around Izuku's body. Shigaraki began punching over and over and over at the adolescent, each punch causing him to rebound between the floor and his fist, dribbling like a basketball. Deku went limp, and the cretin would then start to hover his hand over Izuku's face.
Finally, the fruits of my labor are about to be fulfilled.
Just before his fingers made contact, Manama snuck his way around to Shigaraki, touching him and copying All For One. Sealing the quirks as well, but couldn't quite make it in time for decay. This was because the moment Shigaraki was touched, he instantly turned around and swiped his fingers against whoever touched him. This turned Shigaraki back to normal, and he spat out a ton of blood since his body rapidly devolved. This forced Shigaraki to go unconscious. Manama looked towards the unconscious and badly beaten Izuku, and began tearing up as he slowly wasted away. I'm sorry, Vlad-sensei. I'm sorry for not doing this when it was you. Manama sat next to Izuku. He gazed up at the sky as he continued to cry, but his face also showed a smile. A smile only an accomplished, self-sacrificing hero could muster. He collapsed into chunks of ash and was swept away in the wind, back in the battlefield where everyone else was sent to. Outside of a few major injuries, none of the heroes or villains were killed. In fact, once the word spread about Shigaraki's defeat, the villains dispersed without a trace. The Nomu shut down and went limp, as if they lost motor function without a master to guide them. A week passed, and it was time for grief and reflection. Manama and Vlad's funerals were held simultaneously by UA on school grounds with a giant ceremony to remember their brave sacrifices. Everyone in attendance tried to hold back their tears during the speech Manama's parents gave. We would like to start by saying thank you all for coming. He loved you all dearly, even if he didn't show it all that often. That has been made evident by his sacrifice. We couldn't be more proud to be his parents. He showed courage, vigor, and strength in his final moments. We would like to say, it was too painful to continue for his mother. His father gently embraced her and finished off the speech. They both walked off with immense grief. Aizawa was next to commemorate Vlad. Once again, I'd like to thank you all for coming today, to mourn two great individuals we lost in the past week. I'd just like to say that Vlad was always sort of a rough person to work with. But he was only that way to help other people grow thick skin. He would be proud to know how many students were saved thanks to his sacrifice. It was never our intention for things to get as out of hand as they did. But it's because of tragedies like last week that prove why heroes are crucial for this society. We look out for each other, and we do our best. After this ends, I'd like everyone to walk away from here to respectfully mourn those we lost. But keep your hopes up for a brighter future because of their sacrifices. Aizawa began to make his way off stage. It was time for Bakugo to give some words. He tried to hold strong in front of everyone, to help them push through. I don't know where to start, other than saying he saved my life. Our lives. But he gave up his in the process. I've never been someone to be thankful when saved by others, but I want to thank my fellow student and hero. Because without him, we wouldn't be here today. Bakugo wiped the tears from his face, trying to force his emotions back in after finishing his statement. Some time passed and the funeral concluded. Everyone went home mourning their friend and their teacher. Meanwhile, back in the city's medical facility, Izuku was strapped down to a medical bed. He was put under temazepam, a sleeping agent. He had tubes running in through his torso, keeping his oxygen alive. He was intubated. The IV strapped to his veins pumped programmed stem cells into his body to help repair the damage he suffered. His jaw was supported by tiny stents, keeping it in place. Inko stood outside her little boy's hospital room, crying to her handkerchief. He'll be coming out of this just fine, don't you worry, Mrs. Midoriya. I sure hope so. I warned him before, you know, about being a hero and how much I didn't like him putting himself in danger like this. Dr. Uchiko patted her shoulder gently before continuing on. He should be admitted from here in about 3 months' time. Please, catch some rest, miss. Several months passed, and Izuku was admitted out of the hospital after a couple of months of rehabilitation. He could do little more than the essential motor functions. He was capable of walking, holding and lifting light objects. Even his jaw wasn't fully back to normal, so it would hurt to eat anything that bit with a crunch. He had burn marks surrounding his body like wiring, a side effect of Black Whip's forceful assistance of holding his body together. Despite how bad things looked, though, it was due to Black Whip's forcing his body to function correctly that he didn't suffer permanent body deformation, or even amputation. Perhaps his body was too hot for bacteria to grow in his bloodstream, because there were no signs of infection. There were a few brutal-looking bruises and torn skin along his back. They had used a skin graft to cover up his spine. Izuku found himself sitting at the police department. He had a back-and-forth conversation with Detective Sukachi. Since he had been in the hospital for so long, the detective couldn't make time to meet with him. It was time for Izuku to explain his side of the story, and he laid bare the trials he went through. He even mentioned that he was responsible for 2 separate fatalities. Nomu had been admitted since they were nothing but instruments of war who'd lost their humanity. I never caught the name of the first one, but his quirk allowed his muscles to grow. He had 1 eye and blonde hair. Sukachi scrambled through some of the documents that carried info on potential League of Villain members that were yet to be clarified. He showed the carnal murderer Muscular's file. Izuku nodded, clarifying that he was the one he fought, the second being the giant. There aren't any records of such a creature, and a body was never found. Not to say I don't trust you, Izuku, but people with giant quirks aren't exactly hard to miss. Not to mention, there's no record of such a creature ever being born. He was there. Trust me. However, the body disintegrated when Shigaraki absorbed his quirks. Izuku twiddled his sewn-up thumbs. He felt uncomfortable being put in this position, admitting to murder, something that heroes never do. Sukachi noted down what Izuku had to say. It at least solved the mystery behind the lack of a body being found, but questions still remained. Izuku, I have my suspicions, but I believe Shigaraki wasn't the brains behind these events. I think there was someone else backing his plan. You wouldn't happen to know anyone, would you? Izuku shook his head. From what I've been told by my friends, most of the villains who were part of the scheme were sent to Tartarus. Outside of a few Nomu whose bodies were never found, no one escaped justice. Yes, I'm already aware of that. Well, I guess that leads us to a dead end then. The detective sighed as he tipped his fedora. He stood up, collecting his files under his binder. Not to say you won't see any backlash for committing murder twice, but for what you did for the good of society, I'd like to say you've done us all a great service. I'll see what I can do about keeping those bodies off your record. Oh, and you also acted like a licensed hero, which you're not. So, UA staff will be held responsible for the lack of putting your safety first. UA is going to be shutting down by the end of the year. Your teachers, heroes, and teaching licenses have all been temporarily revoked. Izuku jolted after hearing the bad news. But, I would like to extend an olive branch to the students. We'd like you all to relocate to Shiketsu High. When UA staff has once again been granted their right to teach, we'll be opening UA up again, but under different and more strict guidelines. Izuku took a few seconds to cope with the idea, and refreshed himself with a deep breath. He nodded. We'll also be sending recommendation letters to each of your addresses. Now, the only obstacle in your way would be your parents at this point. Inko sat across the table from her little boy, a paper lying flat in the middle of the dining room table separating them both. Silence enveloped the room, and Izuku sat there awkwardly, still wrapped in bandages. Meanwhile, Inko took on a more stern position. You should already know how I feel about this. Izuku nodded. The most challenging thing for him right now was to willingly go against his mother's wishes. So, I talked with the detective earlier today. Izuku couldn't help but avoid eye contact. Nothing was scarier or more pressurizing than the discouragement of a worried mother. Inko sighed, setting the recommendation slip aside. We've done this before, you know. Last time I was worried sick that you weren't going to fulfill the future you wanted. Though, despite the odds, that's precisely what you did. You persevered. However, as you may already be aware, I'm worried sick for another reason. I shouldn't have to remind my baby boy of the dangers of the future you seek, Izuku. After all, you've experienced it firsthand. When I visited you at the hospital that day, I wasn't sure if I would ever get to see you open your eyes again. The number of tissues I went through seeing what happened at Kamina Ward, well, let's just say I don't need to buy anymore. My frail heart can't take this anymore, baby. Don't you see your mother's begging you to try something else? Izuku was really in a bind. How could he not feel some sort of sympathy for his suffering mother, especially after the heartfelt speech she just gave? He didn't want to worry her anymore, and he felt horrible for putting her through that strain. His voice caught in his throat. The back of his tongue felt parched, and he dripped a cold sweat. What he had in mind to say would be a selfish request, and there was no doubt it would do little more than upset her. That's when the doorbell rang. The sound of the bell sent a spine-tingling chill down Izuku's back before relief came over him. Midoriya stood up, using the table as assistance before making his way to the door. I'll get it. Inko grabbed his wrist to sit him back down. You, mister, need to relax. I'll be fine getting it myself. She took a moment to change her tone and made her way to the front door. She checked the door magnifier to see who could be on the other side. She was greeted by a black-haired man wearing lovely attire, but his eyes were droopy. Standing next to him was a mint-green-haired young lady who seemed to be chattering at him. Inko hesitantly unlocked the door and opened it. Hello? May I help you? They both nodded and revealed their identification cards. My name's Shoto Aizawa. I was your son's teacher before UA closed. And I'm Emi Fukukado, but you may know me as a hero Miss Joke. I'll be potentially Izuku's future teacher. Aizawa told me a lot about him. Inko jolted with celerity. Her house was subpar in terms of cleanliness, and she wasn't expecting visitors to begin with. But the teachers made her all the more nervous. Izuku, sweetie? Could you come here? Aizawa rose his hand, signaling her to relax. It's alright, ma'am. We won't take long. I just wanted to talk with you and your son about that night. The atmosphere once again grew tense from mentioning the past. Inka wore a more serious face as her composure returned. Very well. Would you like some tea? Aizawa thought about it for a second. Oh, no thank. Miss Joke immediately interrupted.
We would love some, thank you.
Inka whipped up some hot matcha tea, and they all found themselves sitting down at the dining room table. Aizawa took a sip of his cup and began speaking. This tea's immaculate, Mrs. Midoriya. Thank you. Inko nodded with a smile. Anyway, Izuku, as you're probably aware of the recommendation formed to Shiketsu, UA is going to be shutting down for a time. Due to this, I'm not going to be your teacher until UA is back in business, and we'll have to reevaluate you guys as students. I'm swinging by all of you to see if you're okay, check up on you, and specifically talk to all your parents to see their opinions on the matter. Aizawa sipped his tea once again, and Miss Joke continued on.
I understand that you've been through a great deal of grief since that day, and I'd say that Izuku had the most significant headline. He was by far the most injured out of his classmates, so I wouldn't put it against you to not offer your hand of acceptance to allow us to take in such a gifted potential. Inko tightened her grip around the teacup. Her voice wobbled. Izuku was unsure if she was going to break down under pressure. However, she didn't falter under the request. Don't get me wrong. I think it's a nice gesture to know you two made your way here to inform us. However, I just can't stand seeing my little boy go out there and destroy himself like he did. I am aware that this is just dumb luck on how bad things got. After all, my baby saved the day that night. He beat the bad guy. She shared with them a joyous smile, that of an eccentric, proud mother. But that smile dimmed shortly after. Just knowing any time in the future he could end up like this again is just too much for me to bear. He's already been suffering from permanent damage. My baby's skin will never look the same again. Not to mention it was more of a miracle than a certainty that his bones are still able to function. I just don't know if I can be comfortable knowing I'll send him out only for the same thing to happen again. So I'm sorry, Mr. Aizawa, Miss Joke, but I don't think I'll be sending my boy to Shiketsu. Nor do I think I'll enroll him back into UA when it reopens. Izuku jolted from his seat. But Mom! Inko retaliated by setting her cup down aggressively. A bit of tea spilled on her hand, but she ignored the pain. I don't want to hear it, Izuku! She paused, taking a deep breath. The worried mother took some time to grab a hand towel and wipe the hot tea from her hands. She returned to her seat. Izuku's voice buckled in the back of his throat. He wanted to speak up, but to do so would ignore her feelings. You do realize how far Shiketsu is, right, Izuku? You're a public figure now. Everyone saw your fight on the news. Going back and forth to school every day can make you an easy target. Something in this joke lit up in her mind. Oh! She reached into her purse and brought out a brochure. It displayed content of the dorms at the school grounds. She presented it to Inko, and she took it. I can assure you the dorms we have on campus will make your son feel like he's living in an estate. It's pretty fancy stuff. Aizawa cringed at this. It was embarrassing to react like this to such a sincere mother. Miss Jo, can you please show some sensitivity? Mrs. Midoriya needs more time to think about this. Don't just show brochures of Shiketsu's fancy dorms. Izuku sat idly by. He felt it wasn't his place to speak up in a conversation for adults. Though he observed regardless, this was his immediate future they were talking about after all. Midoriya, how do you feel about all this? Despite your mother presenting her heartfelt emotions, are you still willing to be a hero? This threw off the young man. He wasn't even sure if he still had some kind of say in the matter. Mom? His voice broke as he continued on. I still want to be a hero. That's always been my dream, to be like All Might. To save the day with a smile.
I just want to be like my favorite hero. Dad, he was never really around for us, so I never had a father figure. Well, All Might was that replacement. He was the one I needed to fill that void. He's the one I idolize outside of you. I want to respect your wishes, so if you really don't want me to be a hero, because you're worried, then maybe I can become a cop or something. I don't really care if I go to Shiketsu or not. Izuku stepped away from the table and walked upstairs, looking down. This broke Inko's heart, but it also gave the teachers an excuse to start making their way to the next house. They both grabbed their coats and began heading out. Inko followed them, guiding them out of the house, before they left. Ultimately, Izuku made his way back downstairs with a letter. It was from Koda. Mom, this was from the little kid I saved that night. I'm already a hero to someone. Just knowing I ultimately improved someone's life by just being there, it feels amazing. I'd be grateful if you allowed me to keep up my dream. Izuku bowed aggressively to his mother. Inko fell to her knees after breaking down. Part of her felt proud to know her little boy already sees himself as the awesome hero he could be. But another hurt. There was nothing she could do ultimately to keep him safe, and she knew that now. She faced the duo who stood at the doorstep. Under one condition. Under one condition, I'll allow him to go. He will enroll only after he's fully recovered per the doctor's recommendation. They both smiled at each other and nodded. Thank you for your time, Mrs. Midoriya. We should be on our way. Aizawa looked up at Midoriya with a smirk, winking to him to signal he was looking forward to being his teacher once more. See you later, hero. In Tartarus, within the deepest, most top-secret secluded area of the facility, a dark cell was present. The room was completely black, and there seemed to be no sign of life within. Stain stood outside of the cell, cross-armed and back towards the wall. Seems you did your end of the bargain, you crazy bastard. Well, I guess now it's time I do my end of the deal. You mentioned you had a point of contact for me from the Yakuza? A few guards caught wind of the noise and rushed to where the voice echoed. By the time they showed up in front of the cell, Stain was already gone. Shigaraki was stabbed into the wall by massive nails. They had been pounded into each of his joints. His messy hair hovered in front of his face, and he gazed up and bared his fangs with a smile. A couple of months passed, and Izuku was now officially recovered. However, the more permanent damages still took a toll on his appearance. He finished packing his room up. His room was now entirely empty. He looked back on it, noticing the height markings on the doorway. He rubbed his thumb along the different heights. 3'7", 4'2", 4'6", 5'1", 5'5". Izuku reminisced on all the childhood memories he made in this house. He was going to miss this place for sure. Izuku stepped out of the front door with his backpack. He hugged his mother after she rambled on and on about if he had everything. Izuku tried slithering away from her clutches until he was finally met by Aizawa in front of the car. Welcome back, Midoriya. Everyone else has been waiting for you already. This kind of pumped up the young hero. It had been ages since he last saw his friends, specifically when he was still undergoing muscle therapy, which at this point happened almost half a year ago. Can't wait! They arrived at Shiketsu after a semi-long road trip. Izuku began unpacking his things and was reunited with his classmates once again. They all commented about his appearance, or how he was feeling, but he eventually got around to satisfy their curiosities. He unpacked everything into his dorm, wallpapers and action figures of All Might as far as the eye could see. Izuku took a glimpse into his finished dorm, thinking back to his time with All Might when he was still alive. Now that he thought about it, He hadn't been in contact with his one-for-all dreamscape in a long time. He simply disregarded this realization and moved on. He is starting off fresh after all. Thank you, All Might, for everything. Izuku shut off the light and left the dorm building. He was the last one to leave. It was the first day of school for him, so he had no choice but to look his best. He adjusted his Shiketsu uniform. It was a bit much from what he was used to back in UA, especially the hat. He smiled as he played with his hat, making sure he wore it correctly. Aizawa waited to escort the fresh face of Shiketsu at the dorm entrance. However, what would have been a fun stroll was cut short by the utter confusion and terror commencing before Izuku. He gazed at his ex-teacher, who was embraced by another young pillar. How could this be? Izuku had no time to react before Aizawa disintegrated into dust, and all that was left standing was Izuku staring at himself.
No, Father. I did it again.
Thank you all for sticking around, and I hope you enjoyed that. Before you leave, we'd just like to let you know that We the Celestials has many other channels for your entertainment and viewing purposes. All the information you'll need is right below here in the description, so feel free to check out all our other incredible projects that our team creates. Secondly, on behalf of We the Celestials, I'd like to thank everyone involved in the production of today's awesome content. Their details will be in the description below. That's all for today's video, so goodbye and have a divine day. Dekuverse coming soon.